Is everybody in the groove? Well, stick around. We're just warming up, baby.
Well, I'm a little loud. A little spicy today, friends. That's one fantastic way to go ahead and get us started. We've got lots of fantastic people who are going to be joining us for our stream today. welcome in. I'm having just a little bit of, oh, there we go. All right, now we can see some chat. Got so many great friends here joining us today. Welcome in. My name's Josh. I am part of the team for Game Devs of Color Expo, and today we are putting on our developer hardship fundraiser. This is an opportunity for us to build some funds to assist some fantastic devs in need. And welcome to our first stream of 2025. I'm glad you were able to make it here, everybody. If you have not seen me since September, it's because, you know, Game Devs of Color Expo was in September. Today we're doing a special event. This is one that we've had in the tank for a little bit of time. A big shout out to Alexia, who has really been spearheading the effort to try and get this underway. This is an opportunity for us to try and provide a little bit more assistance to our Game Devs of Color Expo community year-round. Just like somebody who I'm still we're in a new spot, so we're learning some things to support our community, just like Corrupted Save just made a $100 donation. Folks, please throw some love in the chat. It is really great to see that support. Yeah, we have already, even before getting this started, folks have shared some of the information around, and we've already raised over $3,000 for our fund. This is a really fantastic showing of a community that recognizes the need to be able to support developers of color year-round. So thank you for joining us. Thank you for being part of this. Today we're going to be running this fundraiser for 6 hours. We'll be here playing games that were created by various members of our community, chatting with them, interviewing, talking about some of the projects that they've worked on, their experiences as devs of color, and part of the reason that they wanted to lend some of their support to helping make this happen. I am really glad that so many people have stepped up to the plate and been willing to share their efforts and their energies. If you check out our showcase from last year, you'll see that like some truly amazing games are showing up from devs of color. So yeah, this is pretty incredible. Yes, and as folks in the moderation chat, you'll see them in the YouTube chat. Thank you to all of our supporters who supported before the stream even kicked off. We have, let's see, a number of folks who have kicked in, many of whom are anonymous, but a big shout out to Francis L, Scampy, Christopher and Sahar, Chung, Yoko, Sakao Ohama, Camille, Raul C, Emilio G, Patricia with lots of love, David Huang, Pranatha, Astrid, Eric Palakovich Carr, Randall Carr, Rachel, the folks over at Wholesome Games with a fantastic $500 donation. A big shout out and love to you, the folks over at Wholesome Games. To Adam Carr, Aaron Snyder, and Giselle and Corrupted Save. We have raised over $3,100 so far, and we are just getting started. One of the great things you can do to help, if even with no dollars at all, is just to share the link out on social media. If you are over on Blue Sky, you can tag at gdocexpo.com and help us spread the word. This is honestly, this is going to be quite the year for any number of reasons, but I am not looking to start the show off on the dire. One of the great things about this community is that we have so many good examples of community and leadership and creativity and innovation that we can look to to set our sights higher for 2025. So I think that is the way that we're going to be kicking today off. First off today, we're going to be exploring the world of Midautumn. This is a game that has been pretty highly anticipating here in the Game Devs of Color Expo community. It is currently in early access, but should be coming out pretty soon. Sherveen is here and is another one of the folks who helped us really kick this off. So I'm gonna go ahead. I'm gonna take just a second to go ahead and bring Sherveen in here, and we're gonna go ahead and explore the world of Midautumn. So continue enjoying the music. We will be right back, and we'll have our first interview.
Hey Josh, you hear me okay? Are you not hearing me, Josh, for some reason? No? I should have... It looks like I'm talking. Oh, everyone can hear me.
Let me go get us all queued up. Folks, if you are if you're here, this is the first stream in a new office setup and a new and we're doing a lot of this on the fly, so forgive some of the technical difficulties as we get this kicked off. Sherveen was willing to be our sort of first experiment test, so I'm hoping all of this is coming through well. Chat, can you Sherveen, can you talk again? Chat, can we make sure we've got...
I'm actually surprised because I went and got a mic because my computer has been having audio issues all week, so I was like, oh, maybe I need to figure it out. But it looks like everyone could hear me. And, little Discord thing is happening, so I can see that at least.
Well, good. All right, so that seems like we're making steps in the right direction then. And let's go ahead and just make this box ever so small. All right, so that it feels a little more reasonable. Okay, folks. Yeah, and then
I'll turn my video on.
Yeah, up to you. Okay, cool.
I'm on here.
Awesome.
I didn't realize it was up.
Oh, and we just got another donation too. There's a little fanfare that plays whenever the donations go off. So it looks like we just got another donation for, let me navigate through my windows, from LoogieBot for $25. Folks, lots of love over to LoogieBot. Yeah, Sherveen, thank you for joining us. Thank you for being the first person, our first guest of 2025.
Happy to kick off the afternoon. I'm glad folks are joining us. I matched my Midautumn poster to your Daft Punk poster.
It's still the right choice though. I also didn't realize as I was getting set up, so the ADHD and trying to put out a bunch of fires, I put up the like command strips for the top of the poster, but I did not do so for the bottom of the poster, which is now visible from this particular camera angle. So, yeah, y'all don't judge me too harshly.
It's okay. Like for folks who don't know, this poster is actually for a different little like side game that I made for like I forget what it was. It was for graffiti games or Play NYC or something. And so I just crop it because it's technically not a Midautumn poster, but it has all the Midautumn art.
I think that's it's still the proper vibe though. And a big shout out to we got wonderful trolls in the chat and in our donations already. $100 from the Cilantro Defender. Somebody's taking shots at me personally right now.
Team Cilantro here. I'm here to. I love cilantro. I remember that stream. I made some. I was really hungry. I went and made something with cilantro in it.
You know what? I respect.
I empathize with you as someone who it tastes disgusting too. I understand it's not.
I respect that there are those who so staunchly defend cilantro that they are willing to donate to game devs of color. That's all I can say. They did leave a comment with their donation. They said cilantro is a delicious addition to tacos. Also, times are rough for a lot of us right now, and obviously this doesn't radically change material conditions, but happy to stand along folks going through it. So yeah, a big shout out to the Cilantro Defender, because it's true. Times are tough right now, and we're in many ways. I think it's easy to feel like we're just taking drops of water and putting them on the whatever, but like this is part of doing the work, is trying to figure out how can we make what are going to be really significant changes in the lives of folks, even if we can't. Even if we don't have millions of dollars at our disposal, if we can't buy and ruin a social media platform over the span of months, there are things that we can do in our artistic process and where we choose to put our energy that will make tangible difference in the material conditions for a lot of people. So yeah, thank you. And again, thank you for being part of this, Sherveen. Can you talk to folks a little bit about what the work you've been doing, about Midautumn, and why you decided to spend some time?
Yeah, for folks who don't know, I'm Sherveen. I've been in a few of the Game Devs of Color expos at this point, so folks might have seen me around. But yeah, I'm working on Midautumn. Midautumn is a like roguelike dungeon crawler that I'm working on that has a lot to do with Asian diaspora culture, and it's got a lot to do with like economic justice and like gentrification. And then as we've been working on it, it's been very interesting because the real world politics of the US have been like developing a lot. So I've been being like, okay, well, this is becoming weirdly relevant, maybe even more relevant than I was like thinking it's going to be. So I was like, okay, we have to think about how we actually approach this.
Sure.
So yeah, it's an interesting thing. It's a really like big passion project. We're working with like an all majority Asian diaspora team, and kind of we're inspired by a lot of what happened in the 2020 pandemic and like a lot of the things we were seeing. So try to make something that's very joyful, optimistic, but also there's probably like a hint of like economic turmoil underneath everything going on. So it's
right.
Just my personality. If you play it, it's very much like, oh, this is how Sherveen is like, I'm very positive in like my interactions with people, but the whole time I'm like, everything's on fire and everything. So the back of my head as I'm like making jokes all the time.
I understand those vibes very well. And I feel like balancing that feeling of everything is on fire and also trying to find hope it's kind of a key part to how creative work gets made, And I'm curious about some of the ways that you feel like you've been balancing the themes and ideas in Midautumn as you've gone through development and as so much of the world has been changing around us. Like, what is it like to try and deal with some pretty tangible, you know, political themes in the midst of development?
No, it's tough. I think the harder it's gotten, it has to do with like there's maybe the first couple years of development where I just allow myself to make something that's like bad. It's allowed to be bad, and that's really easy, and that's kind of fun. That's a more fun part of game dev. But the second you start trying to go, well, let's try and make this as something that's good or that resonates and is like actually going to be a positive experience for people, there that like level of caring about something you're working on can be very paralyzing, I guess. So it's a lot of like figuring out how to work through that. I'd say one of the things I do is I really try not to work. I'm a very like depressed person. I try not to work on Midautumn when I'm actively depressed.
Yeah.
Which is harder said than done. Like sometimes you gotta like knock out, you know, tasks and get things done. But like I have a much easier time working on Midautumn when I've like gotten up in the day, gone and done something productive, or like tried to like make an impact out in the real world, or like, you know, spend time with family or friends. Doing that makes my work on Midautumn a lot more feasible, because I feel like if I don't do that, then I will end up making like a real toxic game. Like, what's the point of everything, you know? So I think that's how I try to not let it devolve into humorism.
Yeah.
Because I think at the end of it, I'm hoping people are like, okay, you know, there's real world stuff happening, but I don't want people to be dissuaded from interacting with these big problems. I want people to feel like galvanized, and that's a big task for games. And then I ask myself, like, is it the appropriate medium to do that? But that's what art's about. It's like taking big swings and like trying to make things that you don't know exactly how it's gonna shape out once it's out in the public, but like putting your best foot forward and trying to like get it a little bit better every day.
Yeah, that's I think so much of that tracks with my lived experience. I'm sorry. We got a $200 donation from Anonymous. We got Anonymous is out here doing work. So thank you so much, folks. Show some love in the chat for our Anonymous donator. Yeah, I think that there is something about trying to. I have a lot of respect for your ability to say, like, actually, perhaps the battery is too low, perhaps the depression is too high, that will bleed into the work. Because for me, I know that I will feel more pressure to like, oh, well, I'll feel better if I'm actually making the thing and sharing the thing. But like, who you are and the energy that you are putting out into the world, like that does affect how much you can create and how happy you'll feel with it, right? So I think that's a really cool, a really important balance that it sounds like you've learned to strike with Midautumn.
Yeah, I wouldn't say it's a thing that like I came to naturally. I think for folks who are like thinking this, I feel like a lot of people I have conversations with are like, Sherveen's surprisingly well invested for like what's going on in the world. But a lot of that is like the part that people don't see are the times that I've like, oh, I have overdone it, and I have like let things bleed into things, and then I've been like, oh, that was not a thing I want to replicate. So it's just like trying to learn from moments where I've like stumbled, and especially like when you're part of a community and like in game dev and things like that. I think a big part of this, and why like I've had a lot of conversations with Alexi about this over the past year, with like the idea of a hardship fund, is this idea of like, oh, okay, all that stuff that I'm thinking about, I don't want it to be that complicated for like future generations of people trying to do similar things. Like ideally the next generation of devs or the people coming up after me or things like that have an easier path to like navigate a lot of this stuff. So it's really just about I was seeing like there's a lot of stuff in terms of like with a lot of the layoffs, there's been like job placement stuff or like resume building things. like unionization efforts. Those are all super important. But the thing I really wasn't seeing was like direct mutual aid type structures, which is sometimes super important in the short term. And so it's like trying to find ways to fix the gap where I'm not seeing anything. And like, it's really cool to just see all of y'all working super hard on setting up something like this, you know, and the work that it takes to like actually organize something like this is like, can't be understated.
Yeah. Well, I mean, thank you for bringing this to GDoc and to kicking off the discussion. Alexia has been talking about the conversations that that you two have had and the ways that you've really been able to spearhead some of that effort to say, like, how do we bring in sort of an energy of mutual aid? How do we provide these resources for folks to be able to not just get the community, but also like sometimes the cash necessary to be able to continue making a project, to be able to push forward. And it's an effort. It takes a lot of organization for a community to be able to come together. But I think particularly over the past few years, we've seen the effects, the impacts that mutual aid has, and the ways that we can lift up each other by just being willing to make our own systems instead of waiting for these, sort of larger systems to step in and do the thing for us. And that, I mean, that's so much of indie dev.
No, for sure. Yeah, I think, a thing that I think about is when I was early in my career, actually, when these layoffs started happening, I was initially like at a mobile studio and we were doing like pretty large budget things. And so I've been in those rooms with like executives where they start talking about like, oh, what if we just did layoffs in order to get these numbers up? And I feel like for most people, you hope that when these things happen, these are like really difficult, grueling conversations for whoever is in the leadership position, like at best, right? And I think a big thing that's very upsetting as someone who's like been in those rooms is just the understanding that it's really not as like difficult of a conversation as it should be. Sometimes those topics get broached far too quickly. And it was a thing that was like, I remember when I was working in those like scenarios, it was kind of like driving me insane. I was like, this is crazy. I can't believe we're having these kind of conversations over like, making video games.
Right.
Not like, oh, we need to do this in order to keep the hospital open or something like that.
Right.
It's like, it's a thing that, like you were talking about, made me really feel like it's really important to start building like power structures outside of the status quo, because when these sorts of events happen, it's like predominantly marginalized folks, people of color, that are left on the chopping block. It's not people with like the level of privilege to like survive a round of layoffs and things like that. So yeah, I've been thinking about it like a lot, I think, is the thing. And it's good to just be doing something active about it.
Yeah. Well, thank you for turning some of those thoughts into action. I often find myself frozen at the space between those two, and being able to not just say, yeah, I want to do this thing, but also like, who can I reach out to make that happen? I think that's going to be one of the big lessons in 2025 and beyond, right? As we figure out how to bring this sort of progressive, inclusive movement. Like, how do we try not to do it all ourselves? How do we bring other people in? How do we make a bigger impact by doing it together? So thank you for sharing that. I think there's a lot of really wonderful things that are going to come as we continue to work together. I do want to be able to show off a little bit of the game that you're working on, Midautumn. I'm gonna try and do a little bit of background setup right now. So do you want to tell the folks a little bit about the narrative, about the gameplay in Midautumn?
Yeah. So we can do so Midautumn takes place in a fictional California town that's like predominantly has an Asian American population. The town's called Nambo Key. And you play as Robin Lamb. Robin is a kind of directionless college grad. You know, they graduated, but they didn't really have a job lined up after graduation. So they were like, what am I going to do? And they ended up crashing with their grandmother. And then, you know, the fantastical elements of the game come in where it turns out that underneath the town, there is a portal to the spirit world, and Robin's grandmother is part of protecting the spirit world from kind of causing like trouble, shenanigans in the town.
Okay.
And so, in order to have a free place to craft, actually, it's not free. I just realized. In order to just have a room that Robin also is paying rent for, Robin's grandmother basically strong-armed Robin into like, okay, you've got to also protect the spirit world from, you know, terrorizing the mortal world. And so, for me, this is like the idea of, which I think a lot of people will relate to, this idea of like, hey, there's a lot of really important stuff happening. You got to save the spirit world. There's stuff going on in the town. But also, primarily, Robin's like, I need to figure out where I'm going to live and how I'm going to pay rent. And, like, that's the primary motivator. And to me, that's my like my personality a lot as well. It's like 99% of the time, people are like, oh yeah, it's great that Sherveen's doing this and this, but I'm also like, I don't know what I'm gonna do for rent in like a month, or I have to figure out a contract or a thing, or, you know, I'm not doing all of this out of altruism. It's more like I've stumbled into doing altruistic stuff sometimes while trying to like figure out everything and navigate capitalism. So
Right.
that's a very like tonally something that I personally wanted to get into the game. And so yeah, you go in, I think a big idea with it is that the idea of like having magical powers and like dealing with supernatural you know, ghosts and spirits and big monsters and stuff, and that's really the easy part, because the hard part of the game is like, oh, you can't blast your way into like doing a protest to make sure that this local business doesn't get run out of town by a corporation. So that's kind of the dichotomy of it. It's like the supernatural stuff is like a fantastical thing of like a power fantasy, and it's like, but the real world things is still hard. So Robin has to figure those kinds of things out throughout the course of the game, and then you will eventually uncover, like, you know, there's some mysteries in there that I've weaved in, and that CC, who's their like lead narrative, has like done a really great job with a lot of the story stuff. And like right now we're working on just locking in all the ending things and all the like final boss stuff. Yeah, probably over the next couple months, I'll just be going through all the bosses and like making them cooler, is probably what I've been waiting to do for a while after like doing a lot of boring tasks. But yeah, so we're trying to get something together for hopefully this year.
Okay.
But no promises. Mostly, if it's not this year, something has happened which I have to figure out. Because if it's next year, it's going to be tough for me personally in terms of like our budget and stuff. So
Right.
I need it. I need to figure out how to go this year for me. So,
Well, I know that I am certainly excited should it happen to be this year, but also like, yeah, I think they're trying to balance creating the great art, also doing the rent paying. Like that's pretty
yeah.
reasonable. So I tell you what, let me go ahead and let me queue up Midautumn, and we'll play through a little bit of the beginning of the game. It looks like this is, I think we're up and running there, and then I think I can run you a share. I want to make sure that when I'm trying to see if I can share the screen with you without messing up how the overlay looks. And I'm not sure. Let's see.
If you can't share the screen, I know it very well. If you like give me little hints, I'll be like, and
This
here's
is just
where you are.
where we happen to be. Let's see, what if I do this? Show my screen share. Doesn't. Yep, that's fine. And then do this. I think I did it. Can you see the game?
So, and this is, normally with a lot of like showcases, I'm very like, behind the curtain. But for other devs, no one understands the terror of showing your game live. Like, I think it works. Things break all the time, only when you're doing live.
I feel like the there we go. Sorry, I had to bring down the volume a little bit so you're still audible.
No problem.
But yeah, I feel like that is the thing. You just like never know what's going to happen until it happens. And so I both am glad we get to play it together and also apologize for the internal terror that takes place.
You get used to it. You got to develop that like ability to watch your game in front of people.
It feels slightly worse than like, people talk about, oh, I hate hearing the sound of my own voice, on a recording or whatever. It's like, well, at least if it's your voice, like, it, but here, like, you got no idea, right? So let's go ahead, let's hop into a new save slot and explore a little bit of Midautumn.
Yeah, I don't know. I feel like a lot of folks who played it, like got it during early access, did a quick playthrough, and then they're like, and now we're waiting for the 1.0.
Mm-hmm.
So folks might not have seen, we have like a fun intro cutscene now if you've been playing Midautumn like back in the day. There's a new feature I added that's like a custom NPC creator, so you can make a little custom NPC that is going to end up in a spoiler part of the game. So I'm not going to give too many details on it, but it's cool and you should do it. And it will send it like, I'll get a little Discord message with your NPC and I will add it to the game so we can do like fun custom NPCs and you could be part of the town.
That's cool.
But yeah,
that's very cool. Brian chimed in saying there's great animation in the in that cutscene. That was a very good cutscene.
Yeah.
Let's see. Not everyone is able to move in this cursed place. I either succeed here or I have to find a job in the city. I'll try to make this guardian thing work. Do you want to be the? Would you like to read,
you want
or
me
I can
do the voices?
Would you like to?
I do the voices. Sure. Yeah. I kind of have the metal. Then I will guide you.
Yes, I like
now,
it.
Advance. So
I love it.
But yeah, Robin basically just doesn't want to live in the Bay Area at this point. It's just the rent is too high and
rent is too damn high. Party.
Excellent. Listen well, and you will draw blood before meeting your final fate in the earth. You must move quickly if you want to survive. Is it just he's teaching you to dash? But
okay, there we go. It's like, but I don't want to be in the earth. But like I said, it happens to everybody at some point. So
the lunar stone provides blood for every being in this realm. It is the heart, and all of us are merely its capillaries. This lunar blood looks kind of dangerous. Should I avoid it? I'm trying to give Robin like a protagonist voice, but weapon seems to be responding to the energy. It should absorb any lunar blood that gets too close. In fact, let's absorb the lunar blood in this room before we move on. What we really want to avoid are the pests the lunar blood will attract.
Ooh, okay. All right.
Yeah, this didn't used to be in the tutorial. I added this.
Oh, really?
Because some people were getting through most of the tutorial and not realizing that the lunar blood is kind of fine to touch.
That's kind of cool to see then, to be able to respond to that feedback and see players and be able to change the tutorial as a result. Also, a big shout out to Alex AK, who just donated $100 to the Developer Hardship Fund. Please, folks, throw some love in the chat. Alex, the fantastic one of the fantastic leads over at Working on Spirit Swap over at Soft Knot Week. Wonderful to see you here, Alex. Hope you're doing well. I keep looking at the wrong camera. Realize that it's this camera now. But yeah, good to see you here, Alex. Thank you for supporting the fund. Okay.
These creatures cannot be harmed by either sword nor spear. I guess I just die then?
Like, yeah, but I can't do anything to them.
In the last room, the lunar blood seemed to empower your weapon. I've got an idea. My favorite thing about this is just that the Terracotta Warrior is also just kind of figuring out like, what to do. Allow your staff to absorb the energy within the room and then reflect the power back upon your enemies.
Okay. I've also been told, hold on, apparently there is a comment that came along with our donation. Need to find it. Just a second, please.
The comment from Alex?
It looks like this is the Cilantro's Direct Action Committee has donated $100 to the. Oh boy.
It's like there's a 50% chance the cilantro comment.
I was like, this is what it takes. This is what it has come to. Okay. Well, the power of cilantro compels these donations. So for today,
just have a cilantro fundraiser.
I just that sounds.
It would be the most successful one.
Please don't make me cry this early. All right. Allow your staff to absorb the energy. Okay. All right. So we collect lunar blood, then press X to attack. Do I? Oh, there we go.
The mouse, or do you have a controller?
I'm using a controller.
Okay.
Yep.
Okay, because I was seeing you doing in the UI with the mouse. So like,
It's because
I didn't see if I had done a bug or something.
I hope not. I was gonna say I think it's me. Trying to hop between the stream and the chat overlay and whatnot. It means that I usually do pop and like create bugs that most other people would never encounter, because there's like 27 different windows that I'm popping between. But yeah, so far so smooth.
Yeah, that's good. The lunar blood in these chambers powers your staff's attacks. But alas, there is no energy to be found in this room. Unless the lunar staff cares not where this energy comes from.
How dare you? I was seeing the chat. Oh, we just got another donation. Looks like it was a $25 donation from Brown Girl Gamer Code. Says, thank you all for organizing this. As someone impacted by a layoff in 2023, it really means a lot. Brandy, thank you so much for sharing that. The layoffs and whatnot that have been taking place over the past couple of years have been atrocious. And wow, the conversations we could have around those. But thank you for sharing some of that support. It's super wonderful.
Maybe I can absorb this creature's own attack and reflect it back.
Okay, so enemy ranged attacks also give lunar blood that can power your attacks.
This is the big combat seed of the game, is the idea that sometimes you want to get hit, sometimes you don't.
So okay, we're gonna run in, grab some lunar blood, and then use it for the attacks. Okay, got a little bit of a balance there. So you end up taking the damage, but taking the damage is still what allows you to be able to counterattack.
So you won't actually take damage unless you hold it for I think 5 seconds or something.
Okay.
So the way I was thinking about this is kind of a dungeon crawler, Hades-esque kind of game for visual novel fans.
Mm-hmm.
So we did a lot of playtests with people who primarily don't play action games, and the kind of logic behind it is that a lot of people who are new to action games tend to have a panic response when they get hit by an attack.
Uh-huh.
So we basically just put in a delay. There's a delay, you get hit with an attack, and there's a delay before you actually take damage and you attack. And if you hot potato it away, you actually get to do an attack instead. So it's designed to be like, get people over that initial terror of being attacked and be like, oh, I'm fine. And then let them do like cool, like Devil May Cry action combat, even though they haven't been playing those games for 5 years and know how to get all the, stylish points and everything like that.
That's a cool counter to be able to like reward the behavior and give people an opportunity to like learn their way through. That's really sharp. Also, TJT came in with a $50 donation. No comment, so we don't know the cilantro alignment, but thank you so much for helping us get closer to our goal. Our goal right now is $5,000, of which we have raised $3,730. Every dollar is a dollar that will help devs in need. So thank you everybody for your donations. I keep looking at the wrong camera. I'm gonna figure this out. Okay, let's continue forward.
Only 5 seconds within your body, and already the lunar blood has rotted. The lunar staff can make use of rotten blood, but it will extract a toll on your health. So this is the idea that, like, you have a little delay, and then it'll take damage if it takes some time.
Okay.
A grenade is only useful when it is thrown quickly.
That's fair. All right, so attacking with rotted. Okay, so that must all right, so if we hang on to it for a little bit.
And now it's
rotting. Okay.
Yeah,
Come
and
back.
So this enemy is designed to force you to have to take a little damage to kill it.
I gotta get more accurate. There we go.
Yeah. There's actually a second way to kill it, but we don't teach that in this room. It doesn't require you to do this. There you go.
There we go.
But for folks who want to do well at the game, the trick is you can actually just pick up a bunch of the projectiles, and then you can just break down you can brute force the shield. You don't even have to wait for it to go down.
Oh, so you can just crack so you just like essentially just like guard break.
Yeah, you can just like, if you do enough damage quickly enough, the shield will break in time for you to like not have to worry about it.
Oh, nice. Okay. Let's see.
If you survive this place, then we will speak later. For now, just focus on helping me find the sovereign of this place. This journal was once his, now it's yours. Study it. You owe me that much for getting you this far.
Okay. Accept the practitioner's journal. I like the design of the journal here. And the ways that we get context around all of the items that we're picking up here.
Yeah, I think it's more than some other games. Everything's very diegetic, so it's like this codex is really like, it's a journal that is a book in the real world that you're getting that has some story significance as well. So a lot of the UI is specifically like, I think a lot about when making games, having little moments of appeal or surprise for the player to like get immersed in the world.
Right.
So yeah, like having the journal have an actual design that's not like a generic magic book, but it's like kind of specific to this game. It's like a thing we thought about of like, what should it look like in the sense of that. And it's even in the intro cutscene, the journal like appears. So like all integrated, I think, in the narrative.
Yeah, I like the idea of being able to feel like things are a little bit more tangible. There was some discussion around when Sifu came out, where it's like, here are a lot of vaguely like Asian themed items that feel like they're just kind of tossed in for sort of color and effect. But here it's like, oh, these items are actually, they're tangible parts of the world and the atmosphere that's being built, and like it feels like it brings more authenticity, more cultural cachet to the game.
Yeah, and I think there's some narrative significance into why these are the items, as opposed to like, oh, we're making a game about Asian culture, so we put Asian stuff in.
Right.
There's like an actual, like, if you play along with the game, and it's not necessarily that it'll get spelled out for the player, but there's like an internal logic that we're trying to follow with why certain things work the way they do.
Cool.
Hopefully like satisfying for players who want to dive into that stuff.
Yeah. All right, well, let's explore a little deeper. No, we're starting to get close to our cutoff, so let's see if we can get things moving. Ooh, I didn't think I was that good, but I guess, you know, that's the power of lunar blood. Like,
well, there's a lot of magical energy coming from that door. Better not touch it.
alright.
So this door, anyone who plays this game, door is actually, you're gonna think you find out why this door is important, but we've got more surprises in store actually.
Oh, okay.
So that's my little hint, my little spoilery hint to what's going on in the next Superman.
I was gonna say, because definitely my first instinct when a game tells me not to touch a thing is like, well, I should go touch it, right? Like,
All right, here we go. This enemy looks almost like a regular person. I can hear you. Oh, that's. Well, if you can understand me, could I persuade you not to attack me?
that's a great try.
No, I don't think you could. It was worth a shot. Actually, I think most of the bosses Robin tries to talk their way out of.
I mean, at least, yeah, you gotta at least try to go the discussion route. All right, come on, throw an attack at me, friend. There we go. Oh, that's a lot of energy. Oh, that's a lot of energy that they've got charged up.
Yeah, you'll notice that the ranged enemies do this as well, but your UI that you use for your attacks is like also the same as the enemies, but you can tell when they're potentially like what type of attacks they're gonna do based on how much energy they have.
Oh, sure. It's interesting because I feel like I can't, you know, I can't just like spam a bunch of attacks, right? I have to have the patience to be able to wait for the counter. And so it feels like there's a little bit of this sort of push and pull on
there is, yeah. Push and pull is a good way to describe it. So I don't know if this is like a little inside baseball, but the boss actually in this version is the easiest he can get, because the more times you fight them, the more moves they kind of are like use on you.
Oh,
from
sure.
the design standpoint. But yeah, the idea is like you can bait the attacks by like getting in range, and then you can like speed this up. But most players, when they're doing this the first time, are like panicking. So they're like getting the attacks anyway, even without baiting it.
Right.
So yeah. And you'll notice as you're attacking him, he's actually getting energy the same way you are.
Oh,
So
sure. Oh, wow. So that is like, oh, okay.
take heed. The stress from that last attack rotted the lunar blood while it was passing through your heart. The condition is known as lunar rot. Left untreated, death is imminent. With practice, you will learn to thrive even under the rot's effect. A warrior becomes deadliest on their last leg.
Ugh, I feel like, trying to thrive under the effects of rot feels like it loops back to our conversation about like, here's our depression.
No, yeah, the themes are like, you're like, oh, what has Sherveen been thinking about all the time? It's like, yeah, I put the themes in the game. The game is the text.
Right.
I keep thinking, what is the who says that? Where they're like, oh, they always want me to make a movie and talk about the movie. The movie is the talking.
Yeah, like, oh, who is that? Oh gosh, it's
Who said that?
so
It's
right.
someone I
though.
like, but I forget who it is specifically. Maybe the chat knows, but
Yeah, I was gonna say, Chad, if you can help us out. Alex is
even
doing doing badly on purpose, so Terracotta Warrior admonishes me. Like, that's a mood.
true. Every time I play, like the thing I love about her character designs, people really like glob onto specific characters. So we've
Mhm.
definitely had a bunch of Terracotta Warrior fanboys, fangirls at times. So that's fun. We made him really big. I think the reference for him was actually like Hellboy. We went Hellboy concept art of being like, he's really big. He looks really big.
Oh gosh,
Oh,
it's
yeah.
good design. Very very good design.
So even a drop of fresh lunar blood will prevent the rot's harm, and your strongest attacks are now easier to perform. Prevent further rot, avoid harm while carrying fresh lunar blood, and carry no more than 5 drops.
Ah, okay.
Yeah, so the way lunar rot works is now all your attacks you're going to take damage.
Oh,
Unless you pick up
Unless we get-
yeah, but you do essentially have access to a free attack.
right.
Where you don't
Okay.
have to pick something else. So you can decide to take a little damage, do an attack, or you can wait and keep trying to like pick up things.
Well, that's interesting because I was like, I see that. There we go. Okay. All right, and so now we've still got the rot, and so
Yeah,
we can.
it's not really gonna like end your run
Right.
unless you start spamming. Like right now, you really can't spam attack.
Mm-hmm.
You have to like think a little bit more, but it's more of a like eventually, if you beat this guy, you will need to find a way to get rid of this at some point.
Oh, come on. I feel like I'm trying to be patient, trying to bait out the ranged attack instead of getting in. See, I keep triggering that melee attack. Like, I need to be just far enough away. Come on,
Yeah,
buddy.
and I mean, I designed this to be. No, it's not unbeatable, but it's not as like
It's not-
easy to beat.
Right, right. I mean, it is kind of the tutorial boss.
Tutorial boss that like slaps you back down to like the beginning. But the big thing is you are fighting with a little bit of a handicap. There are a couple mechanics that you haven't been taught yet that make this fight a lot more. There's like one thing that's like makes this fight a lot easier.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Well, for the I feel like I'm so close though. Like I was like, there's a part of
You could.
there's a part of me that's like, for the sake of giving us a good place to close up, I should let this go. But I'm like, but we're almost there.
You can try. I mean, like, when I play this, I almost always just, like, let myself die to this person because it's more, for me, it's more fun to fight with the, like, more full player kit of, like, abilities and stuff.
Oh, for sure.
Because I get to, like, be aggressive and, like, dash around and stuff.
And
Yeah,
the-
basically, there isn't a way for you to not activate an attack, right? So, eventually you get a way to, like, have a bit more control over the flow of things and like set up attacks without having to wait for him to decide to attack.
That was going to be my big question, was that, like, obviously at this point there's a lot of like trying to be patient and wait out the attack, but then there's got to be some point to essentially like, oh, come on.
Yeah, there's a lot. It gets pretty crazy in terms of like the player abilities and stuff. And like there's a lot of builds. Like there's a lot of different ways you can do it, but when I make, well, at least with Midautumn, I don't know if I won't say this about every game,
Sure.
but I'm very much of a like, I want to give you builds that feel broken and that maybe are broken. But like, to me, that's more fun than like, ooh, this build gives you a 1% more damage
Right.
against the undead. And it's like, no, I want to give you something that's like, when you take this item, you just one-shot undead enemies. And you're like, yeah, but holy enemies now also one-shot you or something like that. That's my like ideal thing, which I would probably like water down for everyone else, so that it's fun for other people.
Oh, come on.
Oh, you're very close. I think it's just like one.
It's
hit.
like one hit.
You got him.
Oh, okay.
First try. First try. You
Sheesh.
bested me.
I have to find the patience.
His voice sounds like it's coming from all around me. No matter, I will regain my form, and I will not make the mistake of underestimating you again.
Oh.
And should you return, I will be here to face you once more. Sorry about that, Mr. Spirit. It's kind of my job now. And this is my job.
Oh no. This is the we're all just
You know
all
what
just
I
stuck to
realized I'm
capitalism.
doing is I realized I'm doing the Shadow the Hedgehog voice. I was like, oh, I'm doing like a Keanu Reeves.
I love it.
Oh man.
So
But yeah, is that a good stopping point for us?
Yeah, I think we'll probably let's see. Yeah, it's about that time. So obviously, and I would say as somebody who's played through a little bit more of it, like this obviously is just part of the game. You still get the opportunity to, to go into town, to start to, interact with more of the community. But yeah, this is what we've already got here. Pretty exciting.
Yeah, and it's funny because like I've left that first boss for a while, and I've like all the notes of like things I want to do to improve it too. But like it's good enough that I've been like leaving it, and people seem to enjoy it already. So I'll get back to that later. I also just wanted to say, like before I like wrap up, that just great job on you, Josh, and all the GDOC folks for like organizing all this. I think it's really important. I hope folks continue to donate. I like to think of this as like investing in your own community and like creating an environment you want to exist in, because we all live in the environment, so we gotta take care about it. So I'm also gonna do a donation. I don't know if it's like real time, but I'm gonna hit the button.
Oh,
See if it comes up.
that's incredibly Sherveen, that's so kind of you throwing in that $100 donation. Folks, please throw some hearts in the chat, throw some love in there. Yeah, Sherveen, honestly, it's been wonderful being able to have you here, to be able to have these discussions and to help people see some of this impact. I know Midautumn is a game that tons of people are excited about, and it's not, obviously the work that we do as developers, the work that we do, bringing these creative games to life is really impactful, but there also is just a base, tangible, how do we pay the rent, that I really appreciate you bringing that focus to the team. And I have so much appreciation for you and Alexia and Kat for really spearheading and getting so much of this moving, and the rest of the GDOC team in the background, putting together all of the different bits and pieces to help make this happen. I think there are going to be a number of developers who are really propped up by this. And a thank you to Dakota, who just in turn also donated $100. Folks, please keep those hearts in there. And of course, everybody, please make sure that, as you're seeing here in the chat, make sure you're wishlisting Midautumn. It is currently available in early access. 4 out of the 5 game biomes are already available. There's tons of playable content in there. And it sounds like also you put in there, the latest biomes still, could use some more player feedback. So if you've got the game,
that's true.
If you
like, most people play through maybe like the first, second, third biome. I don't have that much feedback on biome 4. So if folks want to play it and then be like, oh, it's horrible, Sherveen, change it. I'll change it. I'll do it.
There's time.
There's time.
Well, and Drew, it looks like Drew also just came in and donated another $25. Dakota with that $100 donation said, let's support our own and get to 5K. We're just under 4,000 and we're just getting the stream started. Sherveen, do you want to shout out where folks can find you, where they can find Midautumn, any other things you want to call out?
Yeah, I mean, for folks who are following Midautumn, I'm on Blue Sky. I haven't been doing a ton of Twitter lately, but there's a starter pack on Blue Sky I made with all the Midautumn team for folks who want to follow all of them as well.
Oh, sick.
Which I can post in a little bit. We have a Tumblr, which is going to get a lot more active this year. This last year was a lot more skeleton crew while we like plan for everything, all the like shakiness in the industry. We have a Tumblr. Yeah, wish lists are big. You know, that's like probably the most impactful thing for me to be like, sure, we're gonna have a successful launch. And yeah, I'll do a quick shout out to like Alexia has been doing a ton of organizing for this. Folks who don't know, Alexia does a lot of our community work for Midautumn as well. And so
oh, that's fantastic. I know
that they've been working really hard on a lot of the stuff with the Hardship Fund too. So I want to shout out Alexia. I could shout out my team all day, but I will everyone DM me and I will specifically tell you who made the cool thing in Midautumn you saw that is like really exciting.
Well, yeah, a big round of GDOC applause to you and Team Midautumn. Thank you. I mean, honestly, you've been such a great integrated part of Game Devs of Color Expo for at least as far as I've been part of it, which is not a short amount of time and an increasingly longer amount of time. I'm getting very old. But yeah, thank you so much for all of the work and the time that you've put in. I'm excited to hop back into Midautumn and maybe give some of that Biome 4 feedback. And yeah, thank you for spending the time. We'll have to check back in as the development continues.
Yeah, please do. And like, good luck with the rest of the stream. Let me know if there's any other way I can support. Great community. I always love being part of Game Devs of the Color stuff. And I will press the disconnect button and hopefully that works when I click on it. So, bye everyone.
All right. Thank you so much.
Thanks, folks.
Oh, well, everybody. Yeah, again, a big shout out to Sherveen. That is just a quality game, quality discussion. A lot of opportunities for us to remember not just the importance of the fundraising we're doing, but the work that we're doing as developers as a whole, making some really fantastic games that are strong cultural experiences and also just a blast. So yeah, thank you so much for that time. Yes, as Kat calls out, let your friends know the stream is happening for another roughly 5 hours. So there is plenty of time to swing by to check out some fantastic games being made by our community, and also to continue getting those donations in to get us over our $5,000 goal, and perhaps even beyond. I think there might have been one that I miscalled. Yeah, Jonathan J came in with $100 donation saying, "I love game devs." You know what? Me too. Thank you so much for that support. So let's see. It is 1:10 right now. I'm gonna take a look at our calendar. Like there are like multiple days. Like no, it's not how calendars work, friends. Bear with me. Okay. So, next up on our schedule, we have a lot of very cool games today. Where is my document? Where's my sheets? Is it? Nope. Okay. Here we go. I believe Next up, we've got a game that actually is still hanging out on itch, but is a shooter that has been released. Spent a lot of time with some side-scrolling shooters back in my day, so this one's going to be pretty cool. We're going to spend some time with the Shootlanzer team. We are going to take just a quick break. I'm going to go grab some water because hydration is a really important part of streaming, and we will be right back. Okay, folks. We got so many good things going on, friends. Welcome back to hour 2 of our Game Devs of Color Hardship Developer Hardship Fundraiser. I'm Josh, and I am hanging out with y'all today as we spend some time with some fantastic devs of color, sharing their games and their experiences, helping us raise our goal of $5,000 for our Developer Hardship Fund. Folks will be able to make applications to receive assistance for the things that they have going on. Our hope is that this will serve as a galvanizing spot, place to gather some energy, bring some goodwill, and some much needed resources, ways that we can support members of our community in some tough times. Obviously, none of us are strangers to the ways that the game industry has been suffering from some pretty significant mismanagement, large numbers of layoffs, just economic downturn, all kinds of things. So we do what we can to take care of each other, and this is one way that we can do that. So if you have some funds available and would like to donate, you certainly can by, if I could get a mod to drop the donation link in the chat. If you would like to support other ways, you could certainly share the stream on your social media of choice. You could even text it to a friend. Also, if you're watching this on a thing that's not your phone, there's a little QR code in this corner. It's hard to point to things. This corner. There's a little QR code that you can scan that'll give you a quick link to the donation as well. Also, please share this out. We are streaming on YouTube today. This is where we publish our videos after we do the conference. So there, if you check the channel, make sure that you're liking and subscribing. But if you check the channel, you'll be able to see archives of the different speakers that we've had as part of Game Devs of Color Expo, including a video that we just premiered today. We're Not Cannon Fodder by Ashraf. It's a fantastic talk. Our first, I believe, that we're premiering of our 2024 speaker series. So make sure you check that out as well. Yeah, exactly, Alex. Yeah, economic downturn for us, not for the execs. You know, I've been watching Squid Game, and yeah, I got feels, but that's going to be for another time. Because for now, I'm going to go ahead and bring in our next speakers, KT and Sean, who are the developers for Shootlanzer. I'm going to go ahead and give them a ping, make sure they're ready to go. And we'll go ahead and bring them into chat. And I'm trying to, some of this we're making it happen on the fly. So you're gonna watch some of the moving the things around, and it'll work. It's okay. We're gonna make it work. It's gonna be great. All right. KT and Sean, let me go ahead and bring you in. What was... Hello?
I'm so sorry, I forgot to turn that off. That's my intro noise.
I was like, that was incredible. No, okay. Oh, I didn't know you could do intro noises on Discord, so I learned something new today. KT, let me go ahead and bring Sean in as well. Sean, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here now.
Okay, fantastic. Feel free if you want to bring your camera on, feel free. Otherwise, if you'd like to leave it off, that's up to you as well.
Oh,
yeah, it just when I
hold on a second.
yeah, if I do the whole like
there we go.
if you drag somebody into a new channel, they're like, hey, maybe you don't want to have your camera on. Maybe that'd be weird. So okay, cool. And let's just go ahead and make sure we've got everybody viewable on screen. Oh, gracious, folks! Thank you so much for taking some time to hang out with us today.
Thanks for having us.
Thank you for having us.
Yeah, it's good to get the chance to be able to share some good games with our community. Let's see. There we go. That looks better. Folks, why don't you if you could introduce yourselves to the chat. KT, if you want to start.
Yeah, so I'm KT or Krystel. I am currently working on the pixel art and the project management side for Shootlanzer. And I generally like take care of like the more business side of things.
Okay.
I'm Sean, he, him pronouns. I do basically game design and lead programming for Shootlanzer proper. As Krystel puts it, the game was my baby first, from way back after I got out of grad school. And so we kind of just came together. We're just like, we need to learn how to use Godot because the Unity thing happened. And so when we were looking at what games would make the most sense, we picked Shootlanzer, and then end result, I took up doing lead programming and like gameplay design and all that other stuff.
Okay. Very cool. For folks who might not be familiar, since you said if it was kind of your baby from the start, can you give some folks a little bit of background on Shootlanzer?
Right. So Shootlanzer is a 2D side-scrolling shoot 'em up, sort of in the vein of like an R-Type or a Gradius. And the main sort of thrust of the story is that you are playing as Leon Almeida, who is a rookie in, I forget I made a nice exacting name. It was like the Shootlanzer First Flight Division Corps. I can't remember off the top of my head
Second
right
Forward
now.
Corps.
Thank you. That one. I have turned over like lore stuff to everybody else on the team because brain is only full of programming.
This is fair.
So, right. Basically, on her sort of first day on the job, such as it is, she winds up getting stranded behind enemy lines and to basically fight her way back to her home country because there's literally like a full-on invasion going on while that's happening. And so the sort of main impetus of Shootlanzer in and of itself, and from a design perspective, was mostly we want to do like a very straightforward 2D side-scrolling shoot 'em up, but with a couple of like, the way that I look at it is that we want to sort of frame it in a modern, not in the sense of the older ones did it wrong, but modern in terms of let's streamline it a little bit. Let's kind of pare it down to a couple of essentials with a couple of like nice touches to make it so that you're not like stressing out while you're playing it too much, but also bringing like a little bit of that arcade spirit sort of back into the actual game in and of itself. So it sits at this nice little interstice of very basic, classic shoot 'em up tactics, but then you have things like a dodge roll. and like a clearing palm. So there's a little bit of the old and a little bit of the new in a very sort of like straightforward and sort of streamlined package. And that's kind of the idea behind it.
Cool, very cool. I like that idea of being able to experience some of the old school, game shooter tactics, but also bring in some things that make it a little bit more manageable. I feel like a lot of, I've been playing a lot of sort of retro styled or like bullet hell shooters, and it's that question of like, how do you make this space accessible for, for a range of players? So yeah, that's really cool. Katie, you said that you have been handling a lot of the sort of like the project management, some of the, which such an underappreciated art oftentimes. Can you tell me a little bit about some of the work that you're putting on the project?
Yeah, so like for Shootlanzer itself, it wasn't intended to be our first game as a studio. We did have another game that we wanted to work on, but because we wanted to switch over to Godot, we kind of decided like, okay, let's start with a very straightforward idea. And so the good part about Munity and the team at Munity is that like we've all worked together before previously, so it's not just like, hey, let's randomly make a studio. Like we actively know how each of us work, and I used to run our sprints, and I kind of know everyone's work style. So what kind of ended up happening with Shootlancer was I kind of understood like the different communication styles that every person has. Our team is full of like neurodivergent people. And so there were a very important thing for me was making sure that number one, we're all co-founders in our studio. Everyone is equal. We all have say in this. So we wanted to make sure that our approach to stuff was very democratic. So instead of just me like assigning a task, for example, we was all talking about like, okay, this is our next stage. What is it that, what do we want to focus on? And in order for that to happen, what does each person need to do? What's that pipeline going to look? So that's sort of how we've been working so far on all of our work flow aspect of it, and then also just like the very human aspect of like, are you doing okay? Like, is this too much? Because like Sean and I are in a position where we're what I like to call fun employed. We're doing this kind of like full time, but our other members, they do have full time jobs, and
Absolutely.
It's keeping in mind that like we're looking for jobs. They're working their jobs. We need to make sure that for stuff to get done, people have the time for it. And so a lot of it was like checking in after a little while, like, hey, is this okay? And one of the other problems was also like, I needed other people to check me because I'm the known workaholic in the group. Like I eat work for breakfast. That's kind of my thing. And so it was like really, really sombering at the end of last year, where the team, we picked up another project, one that had, a little bit of funding with it. And we were kind of like working really hard, and everyone on the team was like, hey, maybe we should slow down a little bit.
Right.
I was like, what do you need to take off your plate? I can put it on my plate.
Oh,
and they
no.
were like, no, that's what we're trying to stop. And I was like, oh. So a lot of it that like what makes our team work is just that we are open. We chose to make Munity because we were tired of being run ragged by somebody else. But like, this is our baby, right? This is our way of like making it into the industry. So we should do it on our terms, how it makes sense for us. So a lot of it still keeps being like, okay, how does everyone feel? Like it's never like oh, hey, like a secret, like I don't really feel, I don't know if like KT knows what's happening, but it's more of like hey, are we all feeling this, gang? Yeah.
Mhm.
Okay. Maybe we should like have a meeting and talk it out and see what's happening so that we can like redirect and figure out where it is. So like for a little while, like Shootlanzer has been on a little bit of a hiatus because of that, because there was like we had other responsibilities that were just all like, okay, we want to prioritize something else, but we also need to like keep in mind like where it is, where we're moving, how everybody is still focused on this.
I feel like you've hit on so many points that my production brain is just like could make entire podcasts out of just that thing. But I really appreciate the way that you talk about making sure that the team feels included, that the conversation is staying up. Obviously this fundraiser is about getting dollars in the hands of folks who need it, and I can imagine so many folks who are either watching now or perhaps watching the VOD later are developers who are working on their games in various states of not so fun employment, but also like there is that element of like when you're working on something that you're passionate about, you also have that like, how do I maintain the mental energy to keep working? How do I maintain good relationships with the people that I'm supposed to be creating this thing that I care about? And that's a lot to juggle. So yeah, that's quite the load you're balancing there. I do want to take just a second to give a couple of shout outs. One to Silver Streak, member of the IntelliGame community, for that $15 donation. Says, let's get the total up to a nice even number. Also happy to support people in creatives. And then also Hat and Stash, who just made a $25 donation. Let's go.
Thank you, Hat.
That brings up our total right now to $4,095, which, if my English degree is serving me correctly, puts us $905 away from our $5,000 goal.
Yeah,
I think that's correct. I think that's correct. Okay.
I don't math, so I can't help.
Okay, well, that's like all on the same page. So yeah, thank you so much, everybody, for all of that support. I would love to hear a little bit about your experience with Game Devs of Color Expo. Both of you, I see, have some nice GDOC swag that you're sporting for the talk today. Can you talk a little bit about your experience with GDOC Expo as an event? Sean, maybe if you want to kick us off.
Yeah, so I have to remember what year this happened in. I'm probably going to get the year wrong because it's been a hot minute. But I want to say sometime between 2017 and 2019 was my first Game Devs of Color Expo. I actually was there as an exhibitor with the first game I ever commercially released called Final Spike.
Oh, cool.
Yeah, Game Devs of Color Expo was like my first actual like big exhibiting event. And like since then, basically, I've kind of like tried to keep my finger on the pulse with like attending or just otherwise sort of keeping up on what other events they do. I love the expo. It has been, I remember I wrote an old blog post once where I was just like, it is very freeing and healing in a sense, sort of be in a space where it's like people look like me.
Right.
And are doing things that I'm interested in, that are doing things that I would be like, yeah, I'm more than happy to call you a peer. Like, here it is, we're all sitting here doing this thing and having us a good time, right? And so that was kind of like transformative in that sense, right? Where my brain really and truly just went like, wow. Because I came up to the city in 2015, like the fall of 2015, to do my graduate program at NYU Game Center. And so here it is, like 2017, 2018, whichever year it was that I was there, that I did it as an exhibitor. Probably 2017, because I think I was still in the beta at that point. But like, I come out, here I am, like still roughly fresh out of grad school, and it's like, okay, cool. Well, I'm showing this off to people who didn't know that this was a thing that you could do. I'm showing this off to people who love this thing that I am doing. And that sort of like put into perspective for me that, yeah, I want to do game dev. I love game dev. I enjoy doing game dev, right? Like, even if I have to hold like a 9 to 5, I'll do that. And then I'll still make games because I love doing this. And the thing that I love even more is that I'm able to share that experience with other people and have them enjoy it as well and open their mind to some possibilities as well. So that's me.
That's really awesome. I did a little bit of research. It looks like maybe 2018 was the final Spike year, which does feel familiar to me as well. But I definitely shared that vibe of like, wow, being in person and being around other people who have this passion and drive for not just playing games but making them, and being around other people of color. Like, yeah, it just fantastic. I do want to give a quick shout out to Heart Plus and to Geneva. Heart Plus made a $10 donation, says, greetings from the Geeks and Grounds / Kimchika community. Happy to spread some love this new year. A big shout out to the folks over at Geeks and Grounds. It's a wonderful sort of play by email video game book club, and they've got a brand new year's worth of games to check out. You can find that at geeksandgrounds.com. Big shout out to Jenny Wyndham over at Kimchika and Wholesome Games. And then Geneva with the $25 donation says, rooting for you all, with the heart emoji. Geneva, thank you so much for that support. That brings us up to 4130, which makes my English degree not as effective at calculating how much we have left. I think it's $870. Yeah, we're getting there just ever so. We're making that good progress, and we still got 4+ hours to go. KT, do you want to talk about your experience with GDoc?
Yeah, so it's kind of interesting because at the time that GDoc was forming, I had heard about it because like I was like I knew Kat, and so like I had heard about like all that stuff, and at the time I was working as a teacher. I made New York's first program for high school kids in game design for like high school students.
That's awesome.
And so like it was funny because in my brain I never thought about GDoc as a place for me because I'm painfully white passing. My name is very white, even though I'm half Puerto Rican, and I've like struggled for a very long time about like that identity of being like Hispanic, and whether it was intentional or not, I was accidentally like raised to French, so I never like identified with like being Puerto Rican, and so I never thought it was like a place for me, but I always like wanted to have my students involved in it. So there was like I forgot when it was, but I took some students there, and they were like so excited to like see themselves, like see other people in New York City who looked like them making games, that they really were just like, oh my God, like this is possible, I can do this. And then sort of in like the last couple of years, especially like since we started working with Munity, like making Munity, I kind of like have fallen into like oh okay, wait, hold on a second, I'm a Hispanic person, you know what I mean? Like I'm a Latina. That's a real part of my identity, and so I wanted to like, you know, be more into the community. So I kind of made sure like, okay, let's make sure that we're you know, putting our name out there, especially in a place that, like Sean said, is so supportive, right? Is so like focused on making our voices heard and making sure that like people are comfortable with their identity and telling their stories through their identities in games. And so we were so super happy to be invited to the mini expo last year, which is where we got these pins, and to show off Shootlanzer there. It was like our first like really big place to like show off Shootlanzer, so it was like really exciting. And it's been super fun, and I love the whole community. I love everyone behind it. Like thank you to you, thank you to Alexia, thank you to everybody like making this happen. It's really, it's inspiring, honestly. Like it feels, I'm trying not to get emotional, but it's like it feels good to know that there are other game devs here to support each other, you know, and get you through what you need you know, like the tough times, because like we have each other, you know, like I don't want to get like too into like, you know, Squid Games, but like, you know, yeah, there's like that whole idea of like just having your people that you can, you know, be there for you, and you be there for them too. And I just,
I really appreciate all of that. I think there are I noticed Alexia, you know, when you were talking about the idea of feeling like maybe you weren't sure if this was a community for you, Alexia saying, you know, you're not alone in that sentiment, and I think that there are so many different ways that people can feel like maybe this isn't for me, and to be able to, I think especially when having those discussions about you know, coming from like a mixed race background, or being, you know, or the ways that like colorism or things can play into the ways that we interact as communities of color, there's still so many discussions that are really important, and things that I think are kind of just starting to come to the surface. So I really appreciate you being willing to share some of that. And I'm also glad that you found that this was a community for you. And it sounds like a really incredible community that you're able to help found as well. And Alexia also says, you know, it was wonderful to meet you at the last in-person event. So, you know, you got some Shootlanzer in-person fans as well. I do want to give a quick shout out to Ashraf Abi Saeed is in the chat, whose talk from Game Devs of Color Expo actually just premiered before we started the stream. Ashraf, it's great to see you in here. Has been doing a lot of work to help get fundraising done for folks in Lebanon. Yeah, there's some really amazing things happening in this community, and a lot of amazing work that people are contributing to in powerful ways. I just wanted to ask, I guess, one more before we check out a little bit of Shootlanzer. What made you decide that you wanted to participate in the stream today?
Ooh, loaded question. I obviously I don't want to speak for Sean, but like we kind of talked about previously that we've been in like a similar situation where like we're both educators. Everybody on our team is educators. We've had a lot of like time working in game design, and it's definitely felt like there's this barrier to entry, especially if like you're an educator, where it just feels like you're not taken seriously as a dev, right? Because of that old gross saying, those who can do, those who can't teach. And
teaching is such a skill. Teaching itself is a skill that unfortunately so many people who teach do not have. But I could talk about years. I
about
wish
that.
I had tea right now.
Oh my god. But like one of the things that I found like really hard was in my own search for, you know, game dev work outside of just Unity, you know, like to pay for rent, you know, to pay for starting a business. So much of it was like, oh, well, you haven't done this, or you haven't been here, or you're that, you're not blah, blah, blah. And like everything that I've worked my career up until 2022, like almost didn't seem to matter. And I think that like it's important for everybody to know that like even if like other people are passing up on your talent, it does not mean you're not talented, right? And I think that like even through all of the hardship that everyone is facing, like don't give up. Don't let your place at the table be taken away. You know, like it's important to be in community, to work together. Like this is something that like my bestie, she's been like trying to bore into my brain, because I've been in my own like depressive spiral in the last like couple of months. And it's like, you know, let that friendship sustain you, but also like be part of a community that's like willing to come together to help you if you need it. And so that was my main reason for wanting to be part of this. Like, you know, we've had like hardship, and I think it's important to like not only just talk about it and be honest about like what that feels like, what's been going on, but also to be like, even through that hardship, you're still valuable for what you're doing. You're still good at what you're doing. Just because you've been passed on an application or something like that, that does not mean that your work is any less valuable, and that you should give up on that. Like, don't just do it.
Yeah. What I'll is pretty much in the vein of that. Yeah, one of the things that I'm gonna like toot my own horn for like half a second here. Like I do like other stream stuff like aside from, you know, doing game dev stuff.
Sure.
And one of the things that like my stream community kind of keeps coming back to is like, you're really such a good teacher. You're really such a good teacher. You're really such a good teacher. But the thing I also get back in that is that it's like, you know so much about this thing, which by proxy means that this is a thing that I can do. And yeah, the hard part about having taught for so long is not even so much that it's like, oh, I regret it, because I don't. There are a lot of things that I think I would not have come to understand about myself and about work process if I hadn't been teaching for a while. But it's one of those things where then in practice, oh, you don't have a lot of like games shipped. Are you really sure you can like actually like do that? And it's like, I may not have a lot of games shipped, but I have a lot of other skills that are still relevant to getting this game done, and you should take a bet on me, right? And that's the thing that I've been internalizing this whole time through. So yeah, coming on to this stream here is like mostly to talk about that, to talk about Shootlanzer, but also just to like remind people, I'm gonna use this word, and it normally makes me kind of like sigh, but it's also true in this case. Transferable skills are a thing that they're real, but not in that weird corpo speak way that like corporate people tell you it is. It is actually real in the tangible sense of, if you have done enough of one thing, right? There are ways that you can take that thing and put it into other things and make something else.
Right.
And it is important to like keep that in mind and stay ahead of that and internalize that for yourself so that you don't lose your way.
I think those are both really just incredibly strong points. You know, this is an opportunity to not just you know, we get to, as viewers, as you know, the GDOT community, we get to, you know, raise money for a good cause. We get to find out about some really great games, but we also get to remember what makes a lot of us tick, right? We each have our different motivations and experiences that we kind of have to power through to be able to get to this point. And I think it's really important and impactful to remember that behind every game are developers just like yourselves who are taking on a number of different challenges and also bringing a number of transferable skills to the table in order to make some really fantastic experiences, which very much could be somebody's next favorite game, you know? So yeah, thank you for all of that. Folks, I'm gonna go ahead and get Shootlanzer loaded up so that y'all can see a little bit of the game and hear from the developers. Just a reminder, as I'm getting this set up, that we are doing this fundraiser trying to raise $5,000 for our developer hardship fund. If a mod can throw a link into the chat for the donation link, let me go ahead and figure out how I can rearrange these things around. Now, do you have any tips that you want to throw my way as we're getting started with the build in progress? Anything I should stay on the lookout for?
Dodge
Yeah.
is your friend. A lot of people don't realize that they can do that until it's like too late. But like, use your dodge, man.
Okay.
Mm-hmm. And if I remember the current build correctly, when enemies are blinking, they are usually invulnerable. So if you're trying to throw down a bomb when that's happening, there is a good chance that it might whiff. I think I might have changed that in the build that's currently up, but since we've been on break, I am not entirely sure if that's in that build or not.
We'll find out as you play.
The build that I have right now is August 2024. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay.
Sounds right.
Sounds right.
Like if it's not right, it's right enough.
If it's on the itch page, then that's the right one.
Okay, great. That's what we're looking for.
Mhm.
Okay, so I'm gonna go ahead and do one of these, and that looks like that should get our window sized correctly. So let me bring us to the world of, now I'm gonna try and share this for y'all so that you can see it in real time. It took me just a little bit of configuring. Also, if I can get a sound levels check from the chat so that we can make sure that you can still hear our lovely folks here on the
It does
on the
get a
stream.
little louder, so you might want to turn down some of the sound effects specifically.
Oh, okay, great call.
Yeah.
Thank you for that.
Especially if like people have like sound sensitivities.
Oh, good call. And okay, so it looks like we can see you, we can see the game. And let me go ahead and I will just bring this down just a little bit. There we go. Save changes. All right, and then previous menu, and then I'm gonna come over here and share it with y'all. Who put your music together?
So we're still working on that. We do actually have a former student of ours that we're trying to get to do like all of the audio. So I don't remember exactly which tracks are the original ones. I know the boss battle for sure. But I can't remember if this one is one of those original or if it was just like a temporary thing that we're putting in.
Okay.
But shout out to Perfect Next, Daquan, we love you.
Yes, we do.
So,
Yeah, I think it's mostly like the boss theme and the stage clear theme, and maybe the first stage, and maybe like the actual level themes are actually his, and I think the others are stand-ins.
Okay. Well, let's go ahead and check out Shootlanzer, Battle Record of a Mid-Air Mobile Soldier.
Yeah.
Okay. Oh, it looks like let me see if I can resize the window again. Did it get tiny? There we go.
Yeah, sometimes it does that. You can do borderless, yeah, and then save changes, and sometimes it just like...
There we go.
Yeah.
Easy.
So there is a little bit of an issue in the tutorial. So what we will say is make sure that you only press the buttons that it asks you to press as it asks you to press them, because sometimes it like accidentally soft locks the tutorial.
Oh, all right. Well,
Yeah.
Good to know. Good to know. Spectacular NerdX, welcome in. Thank you for calling out. We're making some great progress on that fundraiser, folks. Please make sure you keep sharing that link out on your socials and that. Would one of you like to read? I'm also happy to read if you don't want this to be your voice acting debut, but
I'll do it.
okay.
Welcome to Shootlancer. Try to move your character around. Check the bottom of the screen for what buttons to use.
All right, so we're gonna
yeah. Excellent job. Now press or hold the indicated button to shoot. Try getting rid of the enemy in front of you.
I think I can do that.
So one thing that a lot of players do is that they tap it because they want to, but you can hold down the X button and it does make your life a lot easier.
Okay.
Yeah, so the enemy, yeah, go ahead.
No, I was gonna say I'll keep that in mind.
Yeah. So the enemy drops a spread power up, which changes the pattern of your shots. Now beat this next enemy by using a spin to dodge its shots. Shoot while spinning to get rid of it. So it will start firing immediately, so
wow.
you can go
Okay.
ahead and spin with your A button. Yeah.
Oh, nice. Okay, so we get some invincibility during the spin.
Yeah, just a little bit. That enemy drops a shot power up. Shot power ups change how fast or slow your shots go, as well as the damage they do. Remember that your spin has a cooldown before it can be used again. If your spin gauge at the top of the screen is full, you can spin. Now follow the prompt with this next wave of enemies and watch the magic happen.
Sweet.
Yeah.
Oh,
So I
nice.
have to shout out Sean for this one because my idea for the explosion was, what if Streets of Rage, when you call the cops and they like throw in those like weird, like I don't know why they have those grenade launchers, but they do.
That's a great question we should ask many. You know what? Don't let me get started. Anyway.
Yeah, let's not get started on that. But I was all like, what if it was kind of more fun? So I kind of made two. Those are actually only 2 effects, and then Sean did all the magic. So shout out to Sean.
That's awesome.
All right, you just dropped a bomb. Bombs can be destroyed by enemy shots, but clear the screen of all normal enemies and all shots. Bosses will just take damage instead.
Fair.
You cannot dodge the explosion of enemy bombs, but you can shoot enemy bombs to destroy them. Do this whenever you can to avoid dying to enemy shots. Now that you've completed the tutorial, it's time for you to start the game. Good luck.
Sweet.
Swift flying, rookie.
Flying rookie. Yeah. So yeah, the patch notes for this version do indicate that you can bomb enemies that are invincible. They just take half damage. So me was a genius and remember to write that down.
Yay!
Nice. So tell me a little bit about, did you have a particular idea on the character design or the world that we're flying through right now?
Yeah, so in terms of art direction, when Sean brought up the idea, I was immediately like, oh yeah, we want to, this is amazing, this is super, I can see it in my brain, but what do the characters look like? And he had like a sketch of what Leona looked like, and we just kind of gave it to one of our concept artists, Savannah, and they created this version of Leona. So her suit is inspired by baby orchid mantises. And so to kind of do like something on the opposite end, the Iglet Empire, which are the enemies, I decided I wanted them to be based off of the green June bug, which is kind of like they infest things, and so they destroy crops. And the idea then became like, okay, the Iglet Empire is an empire. They're just looking to try and get, more of everything. And so we decided between Savannah and I that what if, and using like asking friends for some inspiration, what if their land was like super toxic? So you'll see that like the mushrooms in the background, they'll look like they're super gooey. The air is green. There's a lot of like smog. The trees are dead. So we decided that like, okay, maybe they like strip mine. They're a mountain society. They burrow. And they come out and cause damage to other civilizations. Yeah, their bombs.
I thought I had gotten that one off. Oh wow, okay. No, but yeah, no. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to interrupt the context. I like the idea of doing the world building and tying the sort of like feeling this sort of like almost poison toxic to the style of the like infestation of the June bug. Like that's very cool. And also like. There's just a neat introductory boss fight as well. Getting a little bit of that bomb. You gotta watch out. You gotta watch out. No, that's very cool. Very cool. Okay, that's also. Let me real quick. I think you were right on the sound effects. I just don't want to drown out your lore. There we go. Okay, cool. And it looks like we also caught a donation as well. It is Ailani bringing in another $25. Go GDOC. I hope the fundraiser is successful.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Bringing us up to 41.55, y'all. That's fantastic. All right. So it looks like we have changed locations. Where are we now?
Yeah, so the idea of Shootlanzer is that this is Leona's first day. So what you saw was her trying to fight back behind enemy lines, where she finds out that there's the plot to destroy her country. So now you're starting to get into the land, the border of Norngrad, which is Leona's country, and the Iglet Empire. So you're still seeing some of that mountainous area, but it's not like strip mined. It's not, you have these vibrant colors. Since we're basing Norngrad off of the national forest in Borneo, and so there's going to be a lot more color. But we figured that like it was important to like notice like what is the continent that you're going through, and so that's why you'll have some deciduous trees in this area, and as the levels continue, it becomes more and more tropical.
Okay.
Yeah, and this is the Brigadier. She is terrifying, on purpose.
I was gonna say very aggressive, very much in the face.
Yeah, when I made her, I realized she was gonna be scary, and then we put her in the game, and she was terrifying. She's actually like beatable now. She used to be absolutely.
Oh, was she
impossible.
not? Yeah, I was gonna say.
Yeah, she used to follow you all the way to the left side of the screen, and she would not move back. She would just stay in front of you. So you had to basically like hope that you were gonna get out of it, and so we kind of moved it through that. But that's Shootlancer right now. We have 2 stages. The hope is to have a total of 6 stages with a story in between that shows you what Leona's going through, not just her actual like plot line, but like the trauma of what happens on being thrown into the fire on the first day of the job, which is I'm sure something that a lot of people can identify with. Yeah. Thank you for playing.
Oh, that's super cool. We got more support coming in. A quick shout out to Solid X dropping another $25. Folks, please throw some love in the chat. Also, it's good to see you in here, Floor. Yeah, we've got some great development here. And it sounds like also folks who are Shootlanzer veterans can see some of the upgrades that have taken place in the design since last they played. So congrats to y'all on that. It looks like y'all also have links to your Twitter or your Blue Sky and your Patreon. Yeah.
There's a shift that's going to be happening, and ignore that. There's there's like a weird blank space that we have to fix in the middle of the screenshot.
So strange. How did that happen? Oh gosh. Well, are there? I guess I'm curious. I tell you what. I think I can make it through one more run before we go. So I'm gonna explore a little bit. Maybe. Yeah. Try some buttons in some different directions.
Yeah.
Sean, doing some of the programming and doing some of the having some of that design. What are some of the? Can you give us some hints into places that you're excited for us to be able to check out as the development continues?
Yeah. So basically speaking, the first the tutorial and the first 2 stages are all very much a grounding you with some of your power-ups as well as just sort of like the general feel of the game. So like stage 1, you only really get like 1 spread power-up and 1 shot power-up, right? So you're getting used to the idea of like, okay, double speed, that's my thing, cool. Stage 2, we throw in power shots so that you have to make like a meaningful decision between, do I want to be able to like fire faster and do less damage, or am I okay with power shots? Like that's the main reason that's the main thing that makes the Brigadier a little easier in stage 2, for example. If you're like, I'm gonna take power shots, it's like, okay, you fire slower, but now you don't have to stress as much about like, are you going to be able to like burn her down before she like kind of wrecks your face, right? So in the future in particular, stage 3, without going into too many details, the boss there has slightly more intricate behavior planned, and I'm sort of excited to sort of see where people land with that. That might be the stage at which you get your last power-up introduced, and then from there, like 4, 5, and 6 don't necessarily add more power-ups per se, in terms of like things that you haven't already seen, but that's the point at which you sort of make active decisions about what spread type do you want, what shot type do you want, and sort of have to like navigate that appropriately. That's one of the things I'm looking forward to. And then mostly just like boss design and kind of like pushing and pulling a little bit more at what enemy types you encounter and what other strategies players are going to have to come up with in order to like actually sort of clear things out.
Yeah. Like, I also did just notice that, Katie, you literally said at the beginning, like, most players feel like they want to just keep tapping the X button, but you don't have to. You can just hold it and it'll be, and I definitely was tapping it the entire time and just realized it now. So yeah, thank you for calling that out, and I should have noticed.
It's really funny because like it was one of those things that, because I'm a tapper too, it's just like a thing. It's how I fidget. I even have, like, I was showing Sean this, I have like a fidget keyboard toy, and it's just like, it's one of those things where it just feels really good. But then because we're trying to introduce people who may not be familiar with shoot 'em ups, it's one of those things where it's like, what can we do to improve your experience? And so yes, you can tap, but it's like you can also hold, and it's meant to adjust to your play style, like what makes more sense for you. But what I noticed specifically was that people would only ever have the I forgot what Sean described it as, but you're doing it right now. You just picked up every single power up on the screen, and people would specifically pick up the speed one, and they would tap with the speed one when it's like, no,
wait,
you
that one's fast.
let that one go. You just want to let it go, and it's fine, and you'll be fine. But yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, go ahead, Sean.
Yeah, and I was going to say, Lexi just said it in the chat, like hold down to shoot definitely makes things accessible for a lot of folks. And like, I have like another project I'm working on the side where I talked a little bit about sort of like my philosophy on like how you look at both approachability and accessibility in games and things like that.
Mm-hmm.
And one of the things is that like, yeah, one of the things I was very intent on making sure came up with Shootlanzer in particular is that that was one of the things I knocked out right away when it was like, okay, when it comes down to how does this thing control and how does this work from an accessibility angle, what's one of the most important things with what little we have right now? And the first thing was, right, let's get hold to shoot in there as a thing. It was just kind of one of the first things that immediately came to mind. And as a general thing, usually from like a design perspective, I prefer, especially when it comes to like difficulty stuff, I don't like numerical difficulty modes in games really. When possible,
What
I
do you
feel
mean
like
by
it is
numerical?
better. So in the sense that like, oh, if I pick hard mode, stats scale up, and that's basically the only thing that's different, right? Or if I pick easy mode, they scale down, and that's the only thing that's different. And so related to all of that, it's just one of the things that I was thinking of is, okay, early on, let's set up being able to hold. There are probably other like accessibility, another sort of small one that is kind of like related to that is also just when you die, you don't have lives in this game necessarily, right? You have infinite lives. If you die, you just like get docked 1,000 points. But if I wanted to, for example, or if we wanted to implement, for example, a hard mode, it would probably be a modular thing where it's like, do you want forced 1 credit or not, right?
Sure,
As opposed to if you pick hard mode, you have to opt into it. Like, no, not necessarily, right? That kind of thing is what I mean by modular difficulty, where you can sort of adjust levers individually for your play experience, as opposed to like, well, if you pick hard mode, these are the things that you have to deal with. If you pick easy mode, these are the things you have to deal with. I prefer to like let people sort of like compose that from a design perspective. And while there are some things like hold to shoot that are not necessary, that like basically that's just going to always be a thing, you probably won't be able to ever toggle that off. Something like, like what's your penalty when you die? Something like that, on the other hand, might be a toggle or something else. And that's sort of the approachability, accessibility lens that we are trying to sort of design through, both from the physical standpoint of how you control the game, as well as like the mechanical standpoint of what ways can you make this thing harder for yourself or easier for yourself that isn't just like a matter of like stats go up or stats go down.
Right. No, I think that's really cool. I noticed as I was playing through it the second time and used the the speed power up instead of the power up, because my first instinct, you're right, is to pick up every power up that is there. But it did make the boss feel like a very different fight, because it took longer for her to go down, but the power ups were moving faster. I also did appreciate that when I ran past her and was on the right side of the screen, she actually flipped around and was shooting my direction. I did not anticipate that. I thought she was gonna just slowly pull back. So some cool customizations there. And I think that creating a modular difficulty in this style of game is really impactful, because people don't realize what if I did have more control over how many lives I have, how many, am I firing a bunch of bullets? Do I are the enemies maybe having stronger attack patterns or that kind of thing? Being able to tweak those pieces, I think also can be really good for I can't remember the word I'm looking for, but it's a cognitive ability, for cognitive accessibility. And I feel like I've seen some of that in there was a post that went viral around Prince of Persia: The Lost Crown, in some of the ways they had some difficulty customizations. And then this game, Double Dragon Rise of the Dragons, actually has a bunch of really interesting sort of granular customizations you can do for the difficulty too. So I like the idea of being able to bring that in here and giving people that space to customize their experience. It's very cool. Yeah, sheesh. Good work, y'all. Congratulations. I'm glad that you brought the game here for us to check out. Folks have been throwing your socials and all of that in the chat, but you want to just give one more shout out for how folks can find you, find out more about your work, contact, that kind of thing.
Yeah, so you can follow us on Blue Sky, unitygames.bsky.social. We'll be having a lot of posts coming up. We do have someone working on our socials right now. You can also follow us and support us at, oh my god, sorry, my dog decided that now she wants to bark. She was quiet this whole time. Patreon.com/Munity, that's MUNITY, not MUITINY, because we're cool like that. And if not, you can also join our Discord through one of those or through the Patreon and get notifications when either Sean or I go live working on Shootlanzer or any of our other games.
Cool. Anything you wanted to close with, Sean?
Thank you all for having us. I said this before, but I kind of just want to reiterate that GDOC changed my life in ways that I could articulate about for forever and ever and ever if I really wanted to or had the time to. I deeply appreciate y'all having us here. I am looking forward to seeing everybody else that's going to be coming up on the live stream. And for people who might be sitting and going can I make video games? Yes, you can. You do not have to put your eyes on going I'm gonna make the next Kojima type beat. No, you don't have to do that. Start with something simple, start with something that speaks to you, and just kind of keep going from strength to strength from there. Start small. And if you finish the thing and it's all I managed to do was open up Godot and make a Pong clone and it breaks half the time. You made the thing, and that's the important part. Now you can make the next thing, and now you can make the next thing, and now you can make the next thing. That, and also you need less math for this than you think. Programming is not, and game design is not a math thing, it is a logic thing, it is a rules thing. As you start thinking about it in that way, it becomes less frightening. I say this a lot, but I really want to just kind of reiterate this is my thing in dovetail to that. Anybody can make a video game. It is not, math is important, but it is not the only thing. The math you can get the computer to do once you figure it out. It's learning how to speak to the computer in a way that will have it do the things that you want. So go out there, make games, give it a shot.
That's awesome. Thank you so much. That's a lot of sage advice for future developers, because I yeah, I'm just genuinely impressed by all the creative efforts that have come from this community, and frankly, this community, it's a great community. Folks, thank you so much for spending some time here. Katie, Sean, I'm gonna go ahead and let you go, but thank you for letting us check out Shootlancer. Folks, please make sure you're adding Shootlancer to your wish list should it end up on Steam. But in the meantime, go check it out on itch. Leave a little review. You can also do the little like follow Immunity Games so that you get updates when they do new things. So itch.io is such a good spot. Such a good spot for games. Spend some time there, friends. All right, thank you so much, everybody. We will catch you soon. Hopefully we'll see you in the chat, but otherwise have a fantastic rest of the day.
Bye.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Oh, friends, that is like I said, we got good devs here. We got some great folks who are making some really incredible experiences here, and I'm glad we're gonna get to share more of them as our stream continues. We are at it's 2:20 here on the West Coast. It's 5:20 on the East Coast, which means we've got just a few minutes before we bring in our third guest. Our third guest is Kendema from Borderless Studios. We're going to be checking out a visual novel called Clock Out at 2. This is one that you may be familiar with if you checked out some of our talks during Game Devs of Color Expo this year. Mac has been working on some pretty good crowdfunding efforts over the course of over the past few months to get funding for Clock Out at 2. So I'm excited to be able to share that game and to have him share some of his experiences. Let's go ahead and take a quick couple-minute break so that I can go ahead and get us queued up and make sure all of our stuff is put together. Yeah, in the meantime, why don't you, if you're in the chat, share a game that you are excited about for this coming year, one that you're playing, something like that. We'll be right back.
calling, been stalling, been falling, we go again. Timing so precious, a blessing, don't mess it up all again. Money, it come and it go and it come and it go again. Loving is true, it don't go here to stay, it go again.
Bumping into trouble out of rubbles where I came. See the flame shine bright, they were puzzled how I'm saved. I could never serve the passion or the fire or the man or for sight how I am. Ain't nobody asking, I'll be basking in my liberty, cause slavery is real. Doesn't mean the shackles gotta be revealed. Fighting with my pen, that's the closest thing to steal. And it's what they wanna steal. There's value in the word, gotta figure out the real. I'm juggling and wrestling thoughts in my mind. The influence was heavy, or the faults even mine. Label still persuading like I'm needing a dime. Like my people ain't be dying over gold in the mines. It's funny, right? I'm still numb to the trauma. I couldn't tell if my joy was out of love or what would hold me when I needed me a hug. That's the realest. Yeah, that's the closest thing to feeling. Yeah, it's the only thing revealing. Trying to get me closer to the Lord, cause maybe he can open up some doors while these words get to show you all my flaws. There's poetry in pain, blessing in the chain, pictures I could paint. Yeah, there's poetry in pain, blessings in the chain, pictures I could paint. Yeah, there's poetry in pain, blessing in the chain, pictures I could paint. Yeah, there's poetry in pain, blessings in the chain, pictures I could paint.
No, I've been calling, been stalling, been falling, we go again. Timing so precious, a blessing, don't mess it up all again. Money, it come and it go and it come and it go again. Loving is true.
Hello, folks. It's time to come back, and tell me, is my camera acting up a little bit? We okay? Looks like it was giving me some little stutter action. I just want to make sure we were doing all right. Anyway, welcome back, folks. Thank you for joining. We are in our third segment for our developer hardship fundraiser. We are raising funds to assist folks right here in the Game Devs of Color community. Carson Yates, I appreciate you bringing in some of that context. Peter Kropotkin was the creator of Mutual Aid. The reason was so that others could pursue their dreams. Struggle so that all may live this rich, overflowing life, and be sure that in this struggle you will find a joy greater than anything else can give. I think that's a really cool perspective. I think there are ways that we're all continually pushing to try and make something better, something real, something meaningful, not just for others, but hopefully for ourselves. And to be able to not just have that be in our creative work, not just in the games that we're making or supporting, the developers that we're assisting, but also to tangibly take a moment to remember the people who make these games happen, to remember that these stresses that we experience in life often stretch beyond whatever bug in the code, struggle in marketing, missed production deadlines. Like Sherveen said in our first segment, a lot of times it's just about paying rent. And particularly as this industry has been experiencing so much turmoil, and as we have seen such a consolidation of wealth and power in the hands of such an irresponsible few, I am really glad that we're taking some time to support each other and to recognize who got us, we got us. Time and again. So, those things said, it is time for us to hop back into the world of games. We've got some really fantastic titles that are still here on the block. And our next speaker, our next segment, is ready to go. Mac from Clock Out at 2 is going to be spending some time with us. So let me go ahead and let me bring this track down a little bit and see if we can get Mac on the line. Let's see. Hey, Mac, are you there?
Hey, can you hear me? Let me see if I can turn my video on. Hey, how's it going?
Fantastic. All right, let me make sure that we've got this window queued up all nice. Looks like I pressed a button and it vanished.
Uh-oh.
Come on back. Mac did all this is like, oh, you even got the lights set up. You got the okay. No, we can't let people miss out on all this.
Right.
Let's see. So we're gonna do. Oh, and we just got another donation, $10 from Atia. Shout out, thank you so much for that. Come on. This is it. It was working. It was here. Here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna do this. We're gonna press this button. Oh, I know what it is. Streamer problems. Okay, here we go. So I'm gonna do this. I'm gonna put this over here, and now we're gonna grab this over here. We've got our pop-out window. Oh, we're so close, team. I promise. It will show me every window except Discord on this list.
Oh, no.
They're like, let's see. What about this one? And this one? That's so wild. This is but we're right here. Why is it? What is this? Shouldn't. Why are you confused? Here it is. Boom. Okay. Just had to press a bunch of buttons a bunch of times. There we go. Okay. Oh, gracious. Was out here making me fight for it. Mac from Borderless Studios, one of the creators of Clock Out at 2. Welcome to the stream. How are you doing?
Doing great. Happy New Year, everyone. Yoi Toshio in Japanese.
Yes, you are based in Japan. Where in Japan are you set up?
Yeah, specifically, I'm in Kanagawa, but I'm right next door to Tokyo.
Okay. Well, for folks who may be a little unfamiliar, can you give us some context? Give us a little bit of background on you and Borderless Studios.
Yeah. So for me, we recently started Borderless Studios here, but our team is global. So we have a lot of folks based out in, I guess, all over North America. And a lot of our team members were, I guess, recruited from the Melanated Game Kitchen. Shout out. And and you know, it's been fun. The initial game idea all started from a video game jam called Spooktober, and from there the idea just caught fire, and here we are with our own studio.
That's really a great story, and a big shout out to the folks over at MGK. Honestly, just making some really fantastic creative projects. Yeah, and of course to Tim and the whole crew, like just sending a lot of love. So you have been, and actually we got a message from Mattia. Says love seeing GDOCE Expo staying active throughout the year. Shout out to the whole team and to a great host. Well, thank you. And as a former Chipotle worker, hashtag Team Cilantro. I almost hesitate to ask your cilantro opinions. How do you feel about cilantro?
I'm not against it. Is this cilantro controversy based on like in burritos, or are we talking about like in like or like what's the?
I'd say its existence is for me. It present in any form in any dish is a problem for me. But it doesn't taste like soap. Everybody's like, oh, it must taste like soap. I'm like, there is a possibility that it tastes like cilantro. and that is bad. But everybody's like, no, it's got to be. Oh, you must have the soap gene. I'm sorry. We should be talking about clock out at 2.
No, it's okay. It's all important. The Game Devs of Color Expo. This is all about, the culture.
Right.
Cilantro.
Right. Well.
How do you like your grits?
Yeah.
That'll start a controversy.
Nope. I was gonna say that's the right. That's the you start the ultimate schism here. Well. So tell me a little bit about Clock Out at 2 and how this got started.
Yeah. Clock Out at 2 is really a story of perseverance. I think not just people who are like melanated, but anyone who has ever worked any job has experienced, a clock out at 2, right? Everyone has a clock out at 2 story. And initially,
Yeah, tell me what that means. Yeah.
Oh, yeah. So basically, Clock Out at 2 is about escaping the corporate hellscape, so to speak. And there are certain things that force us to continue to participate, like, for example, paying our bills, right? Supporting our families. And we are kind of stuck in this rat race in order to, to survive, right? And even though we are afforded certain benefits, the corporate culture sometimes says, hey, we're giving you these benefits, but don't use them, right? It's like, hey, there's PTO, but, right, you have to give a valid reason. I'm like, no, I've earned this.
It's paid
right?
time off.
Yeah, exactly. It's in the contract, but there's always these added, I guess, conditions that force us to kind of not think about our well-being first, right? And so with Clock Out at 2, that's kind of being your Clock Out at 2 story, is that people work to the detriment of their health, and sometimes it doesn't pay off. It literally doesn't pay off because the people who you're doing it for will be like, hey, our circumstances are changed. See you later.
Right.
And that's it, right? And Clock Out at 2 is basically about going against that corporate culture by whatever means possible.
That's I think that's a really impactful story. During Game Devs of Color Expo this year, when you were doing this sort of like brief module before the talk, there were a lot of people in chat who felt like their experiences really resonated with the story that was being told, as they saw that these you're trying to do this work, you got people around who seem to not be that attached or caught up in whatever, and especially when the layoffs or whatnot show up and then it hits you, they're I mean, this is one of the struggles of making your art, making something you're passionate about, but having it tied to the business of creating a product for capitalism, right? Is that like those interests don't mesh. Like it's a strange deal we're cutting to say like, hey, my art is going to be something that I sell so that I pay rent. But there are a bunch of people out there who don't care about your art. They just care about the finances and will make decisions so that they come out well. And like you said, it can, you can do all this work and then it ends up leaving you in the dust.
Exactly.
Can you talk a little bit about, I guess I'm curious about the impact of, there's a lot of discussion that obviously I am, know about, and it has seen more talk here in the States. But like, what are some of the ways that you've seen the impacts on the game industry abroad, in Japan? Or what are some of the ways that it's impacted your ability to do work with Borderless Studios?
Yeah, that's a great question. So I guess I'll give you a bit more context in case people aren't super aware of how layoffs kind of work here in Japan. In the States, people are familiar with, work for hire, right? You sign a contract regardless of what time duration is on it. People are able to kind of let you go based on financial reasons. That that's a little different here in Japan. We're still really a part of the lifelong employment system where people basically, I guess, for lack of a word, you work till you die, right? Or you work till you can't work no more.
Right.
But but layoffs do exist. But what happens is that they're considered voluntary retirement, right? And with this voluntary retirement, you may get some severance pay, right? You may get some benefits, right? But if you choose to stay, then that is when your life will change forever, because they will do whatever it takes to get you to retire voluntarily,
Huh.
which means that they will send you, like if you're based in Tokyo or family's based in Tokyo, like, all right, since you don't want to retire, we'll send you to Nagoya, we'll send you to this far off place, or we'll keep diminishing your work task until it's completely meaningless, and then maybe we'll also take you from your general office area and pitch you into like this, like I don't want to say
backwater.
closet, right? But
Yeah.
it's not pleasant, and so that's kind of, so a lot of the things that happen in Japan, people don't talk about it, right? I should say people talk about it, but you won't really see it on social media. You won't really see it on news stations so much, unless there's a big incident of like potential like self-harm or something else like that.
Right.
But most things are hush hush, and the only time you hear it is if you talk to the person directly affected.
Wow.
And so with Clock Out at 2, it's been interesting because finding corporate data has been a little hard to get some story like inspiration. But I've been talking to a lot of the workers there, and especially Japanese workers. They relate very strongly to the story of Clock Out at 2. And they've been telling me that they've been telling me their own Clock Out at 2 story in Japan. Right?
Really?
And yeah, and these are things I would have never heard of, right? And it's so interesting because I really want to, once a US version of kind of Clock Out at 2 kind of gets, because the story is based from like my experience and some of the team's experience based in US corporate culture. Before this, I was an IT consultant, so I was always bouncing around like Fortune 500 companies. So I know all the shenanigans that happen. And having worked in Japan has also given me a lot of insight into what's happening as well.
Wow, that's incredible. And such a different style than for what we have over here, where there's a news report and we hear X number of layoffs, but which is not always the actual number of layoffs, but like to have that entire sort of social pressure of, hey, we're gonna encourage you to walk away. Yeah, that's and I can only imagine some of the stories then that must show up when you get a drink at the bar, run into somebody out of nowhere. I do want to we just got 3 donations that I want to shout out real fast. We got one from Sharif for $25. A shout out to Sharif Jackson, fantastic longtime friend. Carson Yates also coming in with a $50 donation, and a $500 donation from L. L, thank you so much for that support, folks. Please throw all of those hearts, all that support and love in the chat. We are so incredibly close to our $5,000 goal now. We are at $4,765, which again,
nice.
My English degree tells me that we are $235 away from our goal. It is an English degree, so it may be inaccurate, but I think we're doing okay. But yeah, thank you so much, y'all, for those wonderful donations, and thank you for sharing that story, Mac. So So I guess I am curious then, as you are working on Clock Out at 2, and obviously you have this, this expat immigrant experience, right? What are some of the ways that you feel like you're seeing the connective ties in those experiences, maybe in ways that you didn't anticipate?
Yeah, that's so one good example is that sometimes when you make an idea based on your personal experience, you think maybe it's just a way for you to express yourself, for you to be seen, but you don't necessarily think it will resonate because maybe you think your story is wholly unique. And then when you start talking about your experience, then you start to realize, oh, this person had something similar. This person had something similar. So he goes from 1 to 2 to 4, and it keeps expanding, right? And then even beyond that, then it starts to take different forms.
Mm-hmm.
And so one of the ways, like you said in the GDoc Expo, was that short module, right? And so even though my viewpoint was to have basically a game that's meant for entertainment purposes, right? Even though it had like a serious message, I had some people look at it and say, "Hey, this would be great HR training. This would be something that a lot of corporations could leverage." And that's when I started to develop those modules, right? Even now, I'm actually going to take part in a startup contest here in Tokyo in February, and I'm going to pitch the idea of doing I guess we're calling it like borderless modules for now, but having gamified HR modules. And so that's something I would have never thought would have came out of this idea unless I had shared it, and with not just gamers, but also like business oriented people, HR people, to get their insights on how to make the game as authentic as possible.
Sure. Yeah, it brings up some of the discussion that Sean brought up earlier about this concept of sort of transferable skills, right? Like, I think there are a lot of ways that we imagine in games that are not just our experiences, but like what we get excited about is just like unique to, like you said, to games. But I think a lot of times when we translate struggles that we have interpersonally, when we translate successes or excitement that we have over solving a problem, that kind of thing, like those are universal feelings, those are universal experiences. It's just a question of how do we get somebody to see it the way that we see it in this context. So I think that's a really cool idea of figuring out where can you apply games and that sort of visual novel style to places that are not just directly, for entertainment purposes. That's really cool.
Yeah, that's powerful. Yeah. I'll just add on to that is that especially when it comes to like layoffs, right? You always want to, I guess, have that transferable skills, right? But a lot of people don't realize like kind of how to do it. And so I think it's okay to, go out of maybe your game dev bubble and do make friends with the business people. I know they can be scary, but make friends with the business people so that they can kind of say, hey, as an artist, right, you can do concept designs, but maybe there's another avenue. Maybe you can sell, I don't know, I don't want to say NFTs, but but maybe there's like icons.
Don't do it.
Yeah, I know, right? But itch.io, right, has a lot of different free assets, right, for sound libraries, art libraries. People are always looking for templates. I think Canva is also selling things. But having different ways to utilize your skills in case that main income source gets taken away from you, I think it's very imperative, especially now in the kind of economy that we live in.
Yeah, I think there is agreed, like being able to figure out and remember that the skills that you're developing are valuable to people in multiple situations. And I will say the the thing that people have repeatedly tried to drill into me that I feel like is really difficult as a creative is like, remember that like any of the steps that you take can be steps forward on your game dev journey if that is the way that you are focused, right? Like taking that side job and working on a thing that's not your game, or taking the, you know, whatever that makes sure that you get to pay your rent on a consistent basis. Like that doesn't have to be a step back. That can be a step forward on your game dev journey, in that it's giving you the stability to be able to continue on your game dev journey. But that is, I will also say that I am still in camp do as I say, not as I do there. I still struggle with that one on a real regular basis. So don't you know, don't at me. But
no, it's okay. Get those subclasses, you know.
So tell me, Mac, what made you decide that you wanted to be on the stream today?
Alexa just like reached out to me, and they said that, hey, you wanna come help some people? And I was like, all right. And so for me, I know my girlfriend always laughs at me. She goes like, Mac, you didn't even hear any details. I was like, I don't need details. Just tell me where you need me to just write. And for me, I'm a big believer of, I guess, mutual aid. Like even when I was young, my mom was always someone who, so just for context, I'm Liberian American. So I was born in America, but my parents are from Liberia. And so my parents, especially my mom, are always sending back like clothes, money, things like that back home. And as a kid, right, we weren't like that well to do either. And I'm here struggling, or we're here struggling. And my mom's like, okay, we're gonna donate some clothes. I was like, Mom, we don't got money. Like we like you just get the light bill just like the other day, and you're like still. And my mom, like, this is a lesson she had to really instill in me, because she said that your 1% could be someone's 100%, and you don't know the kind of effects you'll have on people, right? So try your best to give with a willing heart, even if it feels like you're not in the best position to help out, right? And I think that's so true, because, you know, us indie devs, or I guess anyone in general, right? We're not necessarily in the most ideal places right now, right? We're still trying to maybe struggle to pay the bills, put food on the table. But when we see someone in need, right, I think it's very imperative that we help out in order to continue to cultivate the community, because even though we're only giving 1%, if everyone gives that 1%, that can be that person's 100%, right? And so when I heard the story, right, I was like, hey, say no more, right? Just tell me when I need to be there, and I'll be there.
That's yeah, and Alexia is over here. It's like, damn, Mac's mom dropping that wisdom. But like, legit. That, I mean, I think there is something really impactful to having not just a concept, but also a way to frame it, and that you know, your 1% could be somebody else's 100%, right? Like, and not to suggest that like, well, if ever, you know, just do 1%, it's fine, right? Like it's recognizing that what you feel. What feels like not a big deal to you could be the world to somebody else, and that is that's incredibly impactful. I still remember I have a coat outside. I have a coat right now. It's this giant puffy. I think it is from like East Side School, like some actual school in I don't know what city that. I remember it wasn't until just now I remembered. I've been wearing that coat for like 15 years, and it's this big, like very warm, puffy coat that I got in a box, in just a beat up cardboard box that came from my aunt in Cleveland, of just like hand-me-down clothes, right?
Yeah.
And like there were jeans and shirts and whatever, but like that coat has lasted me decades, and it was that element of like yep, this is just that one thing. We put it in a box to help take care of family. Yeah, that's incredible. That's good. That's good. I'm chewing on that one. That's fantastic.
Yeah, I like that. Like it's like I, especially coming to like a new country, that 1% can be someone's 100%. So many people have helped me out. So many people have taken the time to look at my resume, review it in Japanese. Some people have literally lent me like $100, and they're like, nope, don't even think about it. I don't need it back. Just survive, right?
Yep.
And it's something for them. It's probably like it was nothing to them, right? But for me, it was like life or death, right? And so I think it is just when you really do look back, like how you did with your jacket, I'm like, wow, a lot of like how I got here now is based on the kindness of others.
Yeah, there is a that's incredible. No, that's I'm sitting here tearing up because, as I mentioned earlier, I'm doing my rewatch of Squid Game, and there's a scene pretty early on where you recognize like there's I'm trying, no spoilers, and I'm not gonna make this a Squid Game podcast. However, one of the things that happens really early on that ends up having a lot of emotional weight, there's a player who is not able to take the trip that he needs to take, and so there's another person who like just tries to give him what is more than bus fare, but it's just pulling it out of his wallet. He's like a businessman, whatever, and the guy's like, no, I can't take that from you. I can't pay you back. And it's that. Oh, and don't worry, this is S1. Everybody in the chat's like, no season 2 spoilers. I'm like, don't worry, this is season 1 talk. But there are so many ways that we affect change with other people who are on our level by working outside of the expectations of that capitalist system. When we have a resource, giving that resource willingly, and then saying like, yo, don't sweat it. This is not about you paying me back. This is not about whatever. This is about me giving you what I have access to right now. And I think that, you know, obviously we're doing a fundraiser right now, so like that's what we're asking for, right? Is for people to put money into this pool so that we can, you know, dispense that out to folks who need it. But like this also, I mean, I'm a big believer of, like you said, you know, you had people who checked out your resume. You had people who like gave you skills that, you know, when you're working outside a community cost money. Like I've done gameplay feedback for folks and been like, no, like I you know, that's my consulting work, but like, please don't, like, I want to do that for my friends, you know, I want to be able to write and to edit and to make those contributions, because that's how we show care for each other. And I think it's really important to remember that, like, even if you don't have the money available, there are ways that you can show care for your community and also accept care from your community.
Yes.
And that's me talking a game that I don't want to listen to too, but whatever.
I hear you. I hear you. You're like, you're the giver, but you know, you can't. You're like, oh no, I don't need anything. I was like, Josh, look at your jacket though. Like, no, I'm okay. I'm okay.
You've been rocking this jacket for 22 years. It's rough. Oh, we just got a donation. Silverstone came in with the $50 donation.
Ooh, thank you.
Says, gotta show love for my game devs of color out there. Let's get to that 5K goal, folks. We're at $4,815. We are $185 shy. I'm excited. I think it's probably about time for us to check out a demo. It's time to show off a little bit of that clock out at 2 life. While we are getting started, I think there's something really. Can you tell me a little bit about? I think one of the things that stands out about Clock Out at 2 when you first open it up is the art style. Can you talk a little bit about sort of how you came to design some of the style of this particular visual novel as I get us loaded in?
Yeah. So all thanks to our artist Selena. She so initially it's super funny now. She was my younger brother's or girlfriend,
Okay.
and she was helping me out doing some artwork. And then now she is my sister-in-law, so she is Selena Kendema,
Oh,
and her art style was based on Omori, if you're familiar with that
yeah.
game.
Mm-hmm. Whew,
Yeah,
that
and
game's a. Whew, that one's a heavy one. Hmm.
right? And I think the thing about Japanese art style is that they lend to like a simple, almost like cutesy kind of art style, but it has a big message behind it. And so we decided that, that old Mori, that creepy kind of style would be the best suited for Clock Out at 2, to convey that message.
Hmm. Okay. I like it. And I think it is a very effective art style. We just got another anonymous $100 donation, putting us
Wow.
up to $4,915. Something I'm not sure. I'm not. Don't quote me on it, but something tells me that we might hit our $5,000 goal while we're playing Clock Out at 2. I'm not saying. I'm just saying. It's quite possible. And we'd love to see it. We would love to see it.
You gotta
So
make it happen.
let me go ahead and move us over to Clock Out at 2. I'm going to share the screen so you can see it as well. And then let me pull this up here. Folks, let me know if you're able to see the game. It'll probably take just a second. All right. And then of course, per usual. Wait. Okay. Well, maybe I spoke too soon. We just got
Uh-oh.
another $100 donation from Just Morgan. Says sincerely, the Get Josh to Eat Cilantro Super.
Oh wow. The
How dare
you gotta eat it.
how dare this be the donation that helps us cross our $5,000 goal? Folks, please throw lots of love in the chat. We just crossed our $5,000 goal. Y'all are absolutely wonderful. I was like, we're gonna get it while we're playing Clock Out at 2. I didn't even get to start the game yet, and y'all came through. That is perhaps one of the best ways one can troll. However, oh gosh, cilantro has powered so much. So much, and it breaks my heart. Okay, so folks, thank you so much. I think we are going to so since we have actually reached our $5,000 goal, we're actually going to extend it. And I just want to get a confirmation before I do the thing that we did the fantastic. Okay, cool. So we're going to increase our goal now to $7,500. This will, I mean, this is going to be such a great opportunity to put even more funds in the hands of devs who need it. And I just heard the horns again, which means how am I supposed to keep up, y'all? We got another $10 donation from Anonymous, which puts us at a cool 5,025. I'm gonna go ahead and increase our goal to 7,500. Oof. Okay. All right, y'all. So our hope is that between this live stream and the next couple of days, we will be able to raise that $7,500, allowing us to empower even more developers of color as they take on their projects and whatever other hardships come up over the course of the year. So Thank you for helping us take on this work. I'm super, super proud of all of the efforts that we've done here. Y'all are incredible. Well, I think it's time. It is time for us
Let's get
to
started.
explore the world of Clock Out at 2. I'm gonna do this so that y'all can actually see the game. I think you'd be interested in that. How do you want to handle the? Do you want to read the? Do you want to read the narrative? Would you like me to do it? What feels good for you?
So we usually do like kind of like play readings. So if you want to take like characters and stuff,
Cool.
so you can take Celia, and then I'll take any like auxiliary characters.
All right, sounds great. What is justice? I thought justice was doing the right thing. I thought doing the right thing would bring justice. Who knew that justice would bring about so much pain? I tried to help a friend. I tried to fight for what I believed in. My family is falling apart. My work is falling apart. I'm falling apart. All because of that one incident. Act 1. Heaven on Earth. And we've got a stress meter in the upper right hand corner too. I shouldn't be here.
Company building looks like a glass spire that reaches towards heaven, but never seems to quite get there.
Oh, that's a metaphor for life.
Celia Diaz, a marketing manager in her late 20s, enters the building with a defeated look.
Yo, we just got another donation putting us at... I gotta hit the refresh button. Another $100 from the Cilantro Defender. I'm don't get me wrong, I'm appreciative, but like, can somebody help me out here? Like, to quote the catchphrase of another community that I'm involved in, and in the spirit of this game's title, capitalism, go home. Also, cilantro forever, but it's okay for Josh to not like it. We all get a bad take or two. Thank you so much for that $100 donation. And y'all with the cilantro defense are the ones with the bad takes, but I so appreciate you anyway. It's okay. I respect the solidarity that we're bringing up in the Game Devs of Color community. Thank you so much for that $100 donation, bringing us to $5,125. Fantastic. Absolutely incredible.
Celia checks her phone.
It's 8:30 a.m.
Celia sighs to herself.
Let's just get this day over with. Time to get on the elevator. Oh, I get to choose right now. I was like, maybe I can clock out at 8:30. Is that not
Right? You'd be like, I'm good.
I was like, actually, I don't want to be here, so I'm not. Let's, for the sake of, okay, I feel like there's a small visual novel trope in the end of the game in the first decision, so we're just gonna explore. Maybe this is the day that I call it quits.
Celia sighs.
I wish. I need to stop dreaming, because dreams don't pay bills, Miss Celia Diaz. Oh, don't. You're killing
Celia
me
looks
here.
at her feet and sees the remnants of someone's cafe latte.
Did someone spill their drink? I got lucky. If I didn't look down, I would have stepped in it for sure. Still need to prepare for today's all-team meeting.
Celia takes deep breaths.
They're just waiting for an excuse.
Celia speaks under her breath.
if I need this job. Like, the number of times I've said that. Like, you damn lucky I need that right now. Because like,
Leah reaches for her face.
oh, we're okay. Just gotta.
Leah's phone vibrates.
That scared me. It's just my phone.
She checks her messages. It reads, looking forward to seeing you around too, Nieta. I love you so much.
Aw, she looks so kind. Like,
Abuela.
Green Bean Phoenix says, I said that sentence 4 times today already. If I need this job, if I need to pay that rent. Oh. Yeah. Celia smiles to herself.
Celia hears a ping. Elevator doors open up. Celia's smile drops from her face.
Really? The best is yet to come on the elevator door?
All the propaganda.
Oh my gosh. Moving forward together. Get the... This is... Yeah. Folks are... There are people who are like, this game hits hard. And I'm like, yeah, this is... Because the thing is, like, even if you haven't seen exactly this experience, right? Like, you've been in the staff meeting, you've, you know, had the manager who talks to you and uses the, you know, whatever platitude, like, oh gosh, yeah.
She's met with a dozen pair of eyes looking at her. She freezes and clutches her phone.
Yo, if there's 12 people in that elevator, next elevator, I don't care. Like
Coming in, Celia. There's room for one more.
There's not. Like, that's like, I don't know. I was like, in 2019, there wasn't room in that 12-person elevator. Oh, yep. Okay. Well, if you're going to make me choose, like, I could take the next one.
Oh, are you sure? The coworker continues to hold the open button as they talk to Celia.
Yo, I just, and there, it feels like there's potentially this like business implication of like, oh, you're not coming up, like, oh, but nah, sorry.
Other workers on the elevator begin to show frustration. They talk under their breath. It's okay. There's more than enough room. Don't be shy. How long is she gonna make us wait? This person holding the elevator needs to just leave her. I know, right? We don't have all day for this.
Like, I'm saying we don't have all day for this, so leave.
Like, she thinks she's too good for us.
Oh.
Celia decides to give in and hops on the elevator.
Yo, okay, so this is where Green Bean Phoenix said it just at the right. It says, but now you're holding everyone else up. Midwestern social pressure intensifies. I think there's this really interesting question that I keep looking down because I'm trying to keep an eye on the time because I get big visual novel questions, right? Like, so one of the things is like, you want to provide choices to keep your players engaged, right? But also there are times where you're giving them choices that are not really choices, right? Like, okay, do I choose to walk my ass home because today's the day? Actually, no, I guess I just don't get to do that, right? Do I get to say, actually, I'm going to take the next elevator? These are things that I wish I could do, but you end up not doing because of the social pressure. And I'm noticing, I think that the stress meter is starting to climb.
It is.
So tell me a little bit about, like, yeah, what made you decide to kind of shape the beginning of the story this direction, where, you know, it feels like it's really playing with sort of the tropes of choice in visual novels and video games.
Yeah, so I think right now this is like my second visual novel that I've made, and I'm still kind of getting through the idea of what is choice, right? I come from a writer background, but mostly for screenplays. So I like writing like screenplays, things like that. And so I've been trying to fuse the how a movie would play out, plus adding some of the narrative to it. And I guess for me, I'm like, okay, what is my main theme, right? It's I want to build up, right? And then, based on these choices that the player is doing, I want it to have smaller implications in the beginning, and then it kind of rolls out to a bigger incident later on. As when you said, "Hey, do I go up to the elevator? Do I go back home?" Of course, at least in this version of the game, right? When you head back home, right? It's like, okay, I can't just have the demo end there, right? I mean, I could,
Right.
right, if I really wanted to. But because you decided to say go home, you were like, no, I can't. I have all these bills. I have all these things. It gives you more context, and then it forces you to kind of like look down. But because you look down, it saved yourself from stepping in that spilled latte drink earlier. And so if you had stepped in this, if you had decided to, hey, I'm just going to head on up with no hesitation, you would have stepped in it. Your stress meter would have gone up right away versus, instead of now during the elevator scene. And so that stress meter, at least maybe in the final version of the game, will definitely play into what you are able to do later on. Because if you cannot manage your stress well enough when it comes down to the crucial task or activities you have to do,
Hmm.
it's gonna come back to bite you.
Okay. I like it. I like it a lot. And I like the little bit of the trade-off of being able to avoid the latte step. Um, that's a good touch. Ben Bliss Art just donated $10. Folks, please throw some love in the chat for that, bringing us up to 5135. Thank you so much for that, Ben Bliss. Let's go ahead and hop on the elevator.
Going up to heaven on earth.
Really?
Last stop. Floor 84. Elevator doors slowly close, and Celia closes her eyes. It's pitch black, and the sound of the elevator rattles with each floor.
Oh, okay. We're bringing in some of the actual, like, creepiness and horror here.
Voices echo as the eerie whisper repeats over and over again. It reverberates through Celia's skull. How could you say that? I thought we were friends. We never did anything to you. So you thought you were better than us? We always knew you were up to no good.
Oh, sheesh.
We knew. We knew. How could you, Celia?
Wait. How can you blame me? I wasn't wrong. You all deserved it. I didn't do anything wrong. I didn't. You weren't supposed to know.
How could you, Celia? How could you, Celia? How could you, Celia? How could you, Celia?
These are creepy animations. This art is killing it.
Celia.
Welcome to Bira. It's not Jira, but it's close.
We'll have a lot of play on words
Oh
going
my
forward.
gosh. We just got another anonymous $100 donation.
Oh wow, nice.
Yeah, that brings us up to 5235. Y'all folks are absolutely killing it. Gracious. Every day is a joy. Every day is a joy. No, this is fantastic. let's see. I'm checking the time. I want to make sure that I don't run us too far over. Let's see. It is, let's see, our next one starts at 6:40. Okay, yep, we still got a few more minutes. Should we push forward a little bit more, or do you feel like this is a good kind of stop in place? Our stress is high. Ooh,
It is.
wow.
It is very high. Let's see. So when you say a few minutes, you mean like 5, 10
Probably a good
minutes?
a good 5 to 7, probably, so that we have time to
Okay.
wrap up, so that you can shout out what you need to shout out, that kind of thing.
Okay. Then we can like finish this, and then we can like speed through a little.
Cool. Okay.
Oh, devoid of all light and color. The workers are plugged into their cubicles like machines, working tirelessly, except one. Celia is breathing heavily and covered in sweat.
Ah. What was that?
Celia. Celia is startled and looks back at her coworker. Celia glances around the room. The look of displeasure emits from the surrounding workers. Celia, we all know you have a lot going on, but that doesn't mean you can't neglect your responsibilities.
Responsibilities? You were the one who was supposed to talk to Mr. Mark for me. This isn't fair.
You think I'm being unfair? Celia jumps a bit from shock.
God.
Celia puts on a fake smile.
Are you reading my mind right now? Oh, that would be dangerous. Okay, let's play along. Let's try not to raise our stress meter. Oh, wait. No, wait, are you being unfair? These are both technically yes answers. All right, let's. Are you reading my mind?
Swan chuckles to herself. Girl, quit playing.
Oh, I hear you. I've just been so exhausted lately.
Girl. I hear you.
I can't tell if this is like because I don't know the setting, I don't know the background, I don't know the actual relation between the two. I just know that we're disappointed in Miss Wong. We're not talking about Miss Wong by the first name, but it just feels like one of those times where somebody like just assumes like, oh well, you're people of color. Let me talk this way. That'll make this more comfortable. And like that's actually, this is now uncomfortable.
You're spot on.
Yeah. Like,
It's been a bit hot. But what you gonna do about it?
I swear she only talks like that when I'm around. Yeah. Anyway, responsibilities?
Oh
Yep.
yeah.
Kat said I'm being microaggressed through the screen.
What happened back there? You were screaming your head off. Not like that doesn't happen every few days around here.
Oh, that's wild. So it's this is an interesting blurring of that sort of corporate horror line. It's like, oh yeah, people just randomly scream their head off, but it's just, it's Tuesday at the office. I'm not sure. Things have been a bit weird these past couple of months. Is it just me?
Celia awkwardly laughs to herself. Well, we'll keep this between us. This song puts on a condescending grin. Celia puts on a fake smile.
Knowing you, It'll be all over the office by lunch.
Wouldn't want HR to hear about this, right? A grim look drains Celia's face with all life. He begins to speak as if possessed by a foreign entity.
HR is here to help us. Moving forward together.
That's right. Our company motto. The song speaks under her breath. See, I knew you were a good company fit. This one gives a light smile. Celia returns the gesture.
I would like Celia to return a different gesture. Celia
Anyway.
returns a gesture.
As I was trying to say, finish up with those sales tasks for Mr. Mark. We don't need our butts on the chopping block.
Our?
Oops.
Oh, you're good. If it doesn't get done, then it'll all come back around to me. Then I'll get another earful from Mr. DuPont. And a quick shout out to a $50 donation from Tim.
Tim.
Tim says, this is the perfect way to start off the year with mutual aid at the forefront. On behalf of the Melanated Game Kitchen. Yep. Big shout out to Tim and the folks over at MGK. If I could have shown the intro screen, you know, when the game first loads, it starts off and says powered by Melanated Game Kitchen. Yeah, definitely take a look. There's a fantastic group of game developers hanging out at MGK in their Discord. Yeah, that's legit. By the way, so why is he talking to you instead of me? Right? Like, we're gonna go there.
Girl, I don't know what goes through that mind of his. He's always wooing around the office.
What's this? I can't.
Maybe he's intimidated.
I just. Oh. Of what? Me?
Yeah, you give off that kind of vibe. Don't pay it no mind.
Anyway, I'll get right on it.
Swang puts on a light smile. Perfect. I'ma head on out then. I almost forgot. Miss Darcy wanted me to remind you to complete your bureau training modules.
Huh. Why did she tell you and not come directly to me? I thought you didn't like her.
Oh, you know how it is, girl. Company politics. But you don't have to worry. Your secrets, our secrets are safe. Trust me. Miss Wong places her hand on Celia's shoulder. Miss Wong leans in close and is face to face with Celia. It's okay. Girl. We got this. And then I won't, you can skip that one. That's the Chinese.
Oh, okay.
And then let's face our troubles together.
Oh. That's probably a good
Celia,
place for
yeah,
us to cut.
Yeah.
That's a
That's a good place for us to cut.
Oh, that's wild. Okay. Wow. That's a heck of a start. Clock out at 2. Congrats. Got some real interesting horror vibes, complete with some real strong microaggressions. Whew. Yeah, those microaggressions were going to turn into some real aggressions on the reverse. I was like, we're about to It's about to be something real different. But yeah, congrats on that, Mac. Thank you for sharing the game. Yeah, that was very cool. Do you want to let some folks know where they can find, if we can have some mods linked to the demo, which is available on Steam? If you could link to that in the chat, yeah, give folks your shout out. Where can folks find you and your work?
Yeah, so as always, I want to say thank you to the GDoc team and the community. Thank you to MGK as well, but also my internal team as well. Thank you so much for supporting us. Yeah, please go on Steam, clock out at 2. You can play the demo, give us some feedback, and then you'll also can find us on Blue Sky. So we're also on Blue Sky. I completely don't remember our handle. Maybe it's like BT Games Mac or something.
Yep, looks
but,
like Alexia linked it. Yep, BT Games,
Okay.
BT-Games-Mac .bsky.social.
Perfect.
Very short handles on Blue Sky.
Right. So thank you so much, everyone. And of course, if you know any publishers, right, please link them, or any anything that would be beneficial we more than happy to accept it. So thank you so much.
Yeah, very cool. Yeah, thank you for sharing that, folks. Please make sure you're sending some support to the folks over at Borderless Studios. Check out that Clock Out at 2 demo, because obviously there's plenty more to explore than what we got to today. Thank you so much for the conversation and perspective today, Mac, and looking forward to catching up with you soon.
Sounds good. All right, take care, Josh.
All right, you too. Well, friends, yeah, what a game, what a game with just enough terror, just little bits, little baby bits of terror. I am glad that we got to check out Clock Out at 2. We are still going to be running for another couple of hours. One of my favorite people is up next. Miko over at Pretty Smart Games. We're going to be exploring the Spirit Lift, a roguelike deck builder, which y'all know that's totally, and it actually still carries some of the spooky, some of the horror vibes too. But I am super excited to be able to spend some time chatting with Miko as well as the rest of y'all. We are going to take just a quick break so that I can get more water, because hydration again is key. In the meantime, why don't you share with me your favorite non-alcoholic beverage? I would like a list of good non-alcoholic beverages. We will be back in just a few minutes. Hey folks, we are getting ready for yet another developer interview. Also, Alex noticed, oh, we got the fancy 2-camera setup. It's not because I was like trying to do a cool thing. It's because this is just the easiest way to get Discord to play nice with me having a camera for stream. But I do like it though. Yeah, I do like it. Sorry, that's what happens when you like forgot to take your ADHD meds and you're like, wait, where did my thoughts go? Anyway, so yeah, we're here continuing our developer hardship fundraiser. My name's Josh. I run IntelliGame, and today I am hanging out as the curations part of the curations team for Game Devs of Color, and hosting this live stream. We have raised over $5,000 for developers in need. We will be opening up applications for folks to be able to apply to receive support for any number, a range of things that you may need. This is us starting off the year with as you know, as Tim called out in that donation, starting off the year with mutual aid, making sure that we are taking care of us. Again, I want to say a huge shout out and thank you to Sherveen over at Team Midautumn and Alexia, who really got the ball rolling on this project and have really spearheaded the work of getting this moving. To Kat and to Brittany, Milia, the rest of the Game Devs of Color director team, who have been making all of these things go from behind the scenes, and are going to be, you know, the folks who are helping to keep it going as the year progresses on. Obviously, there are a bunch of ways that there are a lot of things to be concerned about, a lot of ways to feel a lot of fear and anxiety starting off this new year. But I am really glad that we are putting these efforts together so that we can spread hope and joy, some love, some excitement in the face of all of this adversity, and to recognize that we do have tools, we have lots of skills and abilities and resources, and, you know, like Mac's mom said, it's important for us to remember that our 1% might be somebody else's 100%. So if you can, please give willingly, give openly. There's a QR code down in the corner that you can scan, or you can click the link that one of the mods hopefully will be able to throw into the chat. If you don't have money to give, or even if you do, please consider sharing the stream so that more people can find out about it. We are streaming over here on YouTube, so please make sure you hit that like button, the subscribe button, smash that bell so that you can get notifications as we start to post more of the talks from the Game Devs of Color Expo 2024. We just premiered one today. We're not cannon fodder. Ashraf Abi Saeed's fantastic talk. And also, on that note, if we can get a link posted, just a reminder that the Launch Good campaign for Dreams on a Pillow is currently running. They're 80% funded. Obviously, this developer hardship fundraiser is about, you know, helping us be able to give out funds to devs in need, but there's a really incredible game that is going through its crowdfund right now, to discuss the Nakba from a Palestinian perspective in a way that is incredibly important, particularly, I mean, always has been, but particularly now. So thank you, Kat, for throwing that in there. Please make sure you're checking in on that as well. There's a lot of really good work taking place in this community and abroad. And of course, don't forget to check out the interview that we actually posted with Rashid. Sharpie, the Purple Sharpie, our fantastic interview host, has an interview that was posted right here on the Game Devs of Color Expo YouTube. So make sure you take a look at that too. Well, our next game up to bat is the Spirit Lift. This is created by the folks over at Pretty Smart Games. Pretty smart people, and including one of my favorites, Dr. Mikachu herself, Miko. Let me go ahead and pull you into the chat real quick. Miko, are you there?
I'm here. Can you hear me?
I can. If you want to throw your camera, assuming you'd like to. Yeah, okay, cool. Let me go ahead and bring you
I got
in.
all ready for this. I've got my camera.
I was gonna say, you're looking over there fancy and ready to go.
Thank you. Thank you.
It's good to see you. Happy New Year.
Happy New Year. I'm so excited to be here. I think this is our first collab and for such a good cause.
I think that may actually be true. That's wild.
Yes.
I'm so glad you're here. For folks who don't know you as well, give them a little bit of background. Who are you? What do you do?
My name is Miko Charbonneau. I am a game dev. I've worked in the industry about 10 years, both at bigger companies and small. And now I run the studio Pretty Smart Games. And today, not only are we going to talk about this awesome fundraiser, I think we're going to talk a little bit about our current game, The Spirit Lift, which is a ghost punk deck building hotel crawler. You play as a group of teenagers in the 1990s who get trapped with a mystical elevator in a haunted hotel.
I love that. The ghost punk. Wait, give me that. Give me that one more time, because you hit a number
it's all
of words.
marketing, Josh. You gotta try words and see which ones resonate. And our art lead Twig came up with this art style for our game called Ghost Punk Analog. And we've definitely seen people love that terminology because it immediately draws up, a vision of like a mechanical elevator with all the gears and the metal pieces, but also the spooky vibe of the haunted hotel.
Yeah, that's super cool. And many people shouting you out and giving you lots of love in the chat, Miko.
Yeah, Fan did make this for me. She's an awesome game dev, Mellow Minx, so that's why I wore it today.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, she made this design pattern and everything.
That is really cool.
I know.
So much style in one game dev. How does? Well, okay, so start me off by talking a little bit about your experience in game dev. I see the Code Romantic poster in the background, so we got a little bit of deep cut reference here. Yeah, you said you've worked on some large and small, but yeah, tell me a little bit about your projects.
Well, I started off, I just to go all the way back and then come forward. I always wanted to write. I always wanted to make games, like many of us. And I think some part of me said, like, no, you'll never be able to make that your job. And I kind of like suppressed it for a long time. And I ended up going into computer science, thinking like I'll get a really stable programming career, like in a really stable tech job. But somewhere around grad school, I was like, no, I really want to be a game designer. And I just started to throw myself into learning that craft. And through grad school, I ended up studying dance games. So you might hear people call me the doctor of dance games, because that was what I studied for my PhD. So anyone who's a lover of Dance Central or DDR or Elite Beat Agents, we could talk a long time about those things. Yes.
EBA.
So
I need
good.
another one. And I don't know if we're ever gonna get another, but yes, very good.
I don't know. Well, yes. And then I ended up working in AR and VR on the Microsoft HoloLens. And then I worked at Minecraft for a while. And like I said, I worked at a couple smaller studios in the AR space before, just focusing now full-time on Pretty Smart, which is our small, fully remote, mostly marginalized devs studio. We like to say we're cautious but competent. We don't make huge risks, unfortunately, with small budgets right now, but we love our team so much, and we try our best to support mental health in our team. I know that's a huge thing for other devs in the community of game devs of Color Expo. And I think really relates to the theme of this stream is a lot of us have been burned at these bigger companies or through corporations or through layoffs. Even if you aren't the one laid off, you can have survivor guilt, seeing your family members go through this, seeing your friends go through this. Everyone treats it like it's normal in our industry, but it has a long-lasting impact on our mental health and our ability to be resilient and continue making things. And I think you're seeing now, the last few years, especially a lot of us forming our smaller studios to try to make the things we really want to exist. But that's so much extra burden as well, taking on all that marketing, all that business, in addition to the thing that was your main craft when you worked somewhere else or that you were studying in school. It is just very, very difficult out there. That's why I'm really excited to be here today and that you all are doing this. I think this is so important. I'm so glad we hit our goal. Let's go. Stretch goal. Come on, everybody. That's more devs we can support. Let's do it.
Gosh, that's I love the energy. That is exactly right. Like we've got so many good donations, so many good people, but also hitting that idea of the system is not working. The system is working as designed, but it is not working sustainably. It's not working for us, right? It's not working for the people who are creating the projects, who are bringing the passion, the creativity, the ideas, the energy. You summoned another donation. That was a $50 donation, Miko. We got a $50 donation from Emerald Pond. Thank you so much for that support.
Thank you, Emerald Pond.
I think there is something really incredible about seeing so many projects and so many people strike out on their own and make indie dev projects. But you're like journalism, one of the difficulties is that as you create these smaller outfits, some of the protections, the things that are supposed to be sustainable about being part of a larger industry, having perhaps, secure financing, having, a team to be able to fall back on to help you, all of that gets more difficult when you are working on a smaller team, when you are trying to put together a project that's supposed to compete on the same platform as insert gigantic game. Tell me a little bit about what it's been like working as this mostly marginalized, fully remote dev team for Pretty Smart Games.
Yeah, I think that one thing that I'm really glad that we did, and I hope we can continue to do it, is we put aside the budget for the entire game at the beginning of the process.
Oh, that's incredible.
And we were very lucky to have had a little bit of savings to put that aside. And that means that we can't really run out of budget. I mean, we obviously don't want the game to take too long. Everybody doesn't want that. But it also means that when people have breaks, because they need it for mental health, that's a huge thing with us. A lot of people who work for us have to work part-time. They have to have a day job to support them, and I think that it's just really important to take care of your team. So I think that when you're working remote, you have this amazing opportunity to pick people from anywhere. And then there are definitely things you have to put in place to support that team. People are more likely to feel lonely. So you have to find ways for everyone to have social time together, for everyone to get feedback from you or, seek out time with you, let them know they can come to you even for little things. They're not just sitting there alone, not able to discuss. And then just having, time to talk to each other as well and work together. So co-working together has been really huge for us. Finding ways that we can socialize, even if it's asynchronously, has been really important to the team. Yeah. And I think that maybe one thing I didn't realize at the beginning of this process that I know better now is that building the team is in some ways more important than building the game. Like the game is, the game is what you got into it for. You got here because you thought, I want to make the games I want to make. But then seeing that I get to have these opportunities to take talented people and say like, hey, no one's ever given you a shot at being a tech artist before,
Right.
but like we can give you that shot. You're going to have that on your resume now, or you've never finished a game before. You come from a different skill set, but your skill set's very applicable here, as was said in an earlier dev talk. I think that's something I get really excited about. Like, hopefully after this, you're going to have something that shows you're so talented and you can get more jobs in this field. So
it's really cool. I mean, one of the, it's a strange, I don't know that it is a power that I feel like is not as much talked about, but is really a really powerful one, which is that power of like shaping the resume, of giving opportunity, of saying like, okay, well, if you want to go into tech design, let me give you this opportunity. And I think also not just saying like, okay, cool, go have fun, but like bringing them into a team and having resources and having the sort of the infrastructure. That to me is so much of what is so disappointing about watching a lot of these larger companies and studios continue to let folks down, is that it's like there's this promise of a certain type of infrastructure that is being abandoned, right? When you're laid up, when you show up to work one day and have a mysterious 12 o'clock calendar appointment, and then they just, and then at 12:01 you don't have access to your email. Like, it's the infrastructure, it's the resiliency that you are trying to build with others that's being cut off by insert CEO, whatever, but being able to instead say, okay, again, we will take care of us. We'll make the small indie dev outfit. You're gonna, I'm gonna bring my decade of game dev experience to helping you get this start and build this thing that we all care about. I think that's incredible. And honestly, like, from what I've already played of the Spirit Lift, I think a lot of that translates. I think it shows a lot of the excitement and the energy and the skill that you've built up over time.
Thank you. That's so kind. And yeah, I just feel like another thing that there's already been so much great advice given during this stream. To add to that, I would say building your network and your community. It doesn't have to be a corporate buzzword. Like,
Right.
We're building community right now. We build it every Game Devs of Color Expo. You're making friends that will go out and be in different places in the world, and they're going to remember you and what you do. And the more you can, build up the portfolio of what you want to do and who you want to be and the work you want to do as your main career, and the more your friends know that, your allies know that, they can be looking out for you. And even just like what you're talking about, that infrastructure, a lot of it we've just learned over time. Like, hey, this isn't working this month. People are telling us they're having trouble understanding what they're supposed to do next. So
Right.
we're going to build a different process. But that's all information we can share with each other. If we're all like making our companies together, like, this is something where we can be open about our processes. And I do think a lot of people learn from the ways they didn't like it working if they worked at another company. So we can share what we're trying to be better than maybe things that have harmed us in the past. And that's a big part of the community as well.
Yeah, I think that's really fantastic, trying to find these spaces where we not just create better products. We don't just get to like make better games or make better studios, but like we're taking care of each other as people and being able to like heal some of that damage and trauma that comes from being in some of these larger corporate structures. And frankly, it's not always larger corporate structures. Like, that is also the some of the struggle and fear of indie dev, is that like so many folks are, 2 or 3 people who got together, decided to make a thing, maybe got some funding, and there's really no telling. Like, a lot of folks aren't out here with a decade of experience and, you know, experience in leadership, you know, it like we were talking about earlier. Teaching, it's not, you know, those who can do, those who can't teach. Teaching is a skill in itself. Production is a skill in itself. Management is a skill in itself. It's not just, hey, I know how to open a Trello board. So, you know, hearing when you're talking about like making sure you have time to talk to people and make sure that they're connecting, like I don't know. You're just so great. And I'm just trying not to just spout all of this effusive praise about all of the people who also know you that talk about how wonderful you are.
Oh, come on. Everyone always talks about you being wonderful too. But I mean, I think and I hope people talk about that because of what I try to give to the community. And one of my favorite, I also do like Twitch streaming. I do co-working streaming. So sometimes I'm making games like The Spirit Lives. Sometimes I'm writing. And one of the reasons I do the co-working is I really want to help other people be creative. I want to make that space. And I really appreciate the compliment when people say they love hanging out there because they love everyone else in the chat. We try to do a thing called like the Battle of Cool, where you have to start bragging about other people in the chat and how cool they are. Yep. And so that's my way of being like, you all know each other a little bit, find out those things about each other. And everyone gets really embarrassed, but then they have to use their embarrassment to brag about other people. So I think it's really fun. And like, we need those moments to survive because it is so hard to just sit down and do the work, even if it's the work you love. You know, it's been a hard year. It's been a hard few years. Yep. Every year I think we're starting to feel a little like, is it going to get better again? Like,
I love it.
You know?
I'd love an up year.
You know, I think sometimes I just think like, if nothing matters, then nothing matters, right? Like, why am I going to get embarrassed because I wrote a story that's kind of stupid and people laugh at it if nothing matters, you know? Like sometimes you can use that and turn the glass half full again and say, hey, it's rough, right? It's rough out here. Why don't I just sit down and actually try to do that game I want to do and not make excuses to myself anymore, even if I fail at it. I get, you know, if I fail, I can do another version of that game. Right. I can keep going on it. So, yeah.
That's a really sharp perspective. Like if it's all kind of a toss-up anyway, like use that to your advantage. See that as an opportunity to try something new, to make a difference in a way that maybe you wouldn't have. And also, like, somebody probably also is going to enjoy that story that you think is a little ridiculous, right? So I think that's a really cool point. And folks, please make sure that you are following Miko over on Twitch at Dr. Mikachu. I don't know if YouTube chat will let the link do the thing, but I tried to put it in there. So yeah. So I was hoping that you could chat a little bit about what brought you to this stream in particular. I mean, I feel like, you know, obviously, like, you've been part of Game Devs of Color Expo for some time. So, like, yeah, what's been your experience with GDOC as a community, and yeah, what brought you to this stream?
Well, I think we're so lucky to have been at Game Devs of Color Expo in person. Emerald Pond and I went in, I think, 2019. We flew like a red eye to New York City. It took place in Harlem. It was my first time in that neighborhood. And people were talking about this earlier in this stream, but the warmth in person, the sort of almost like the relaxing of your shoulders to be in a group of people and just meeting like even non-game devs just coming in off the street to see like, what is this vibe? Like I met a really cool guy who was like a chess pro and he was just like, oh yeah, I mean, I like chess. So I thought I'd come here and check it out. And that I still am really close friends with people from that meetup. Like I remember when we all packed up at the end of the day someone just handed out Capri Suns, and we just all were sitting on the street corner drinking our Capri Suns.
Turn
And
it
I was
into
like, this
little
is-
silver slide and going through the
I met so many great people there. I met Imperatrice, who I know is a friend of GDOC Expo. Silverstone, we're still friends today. It's a great community, and the online events as well, I've always enjoyed, and we've been so thankful from the support we've had from the group, but also like all those friendships, and definitely like people that like we may work with in the future, like that's the networking, that's the community aspect, right? And for this stream, I'm just really grateful to you all. Like I said, we were affected by layoffs, people on our team and their friends, all their coworkers let off at the same time, like a whole studio shut down. And, at first you're like, you feel like you can handle it, but it weighs on you.
Right.
And then it feels like, I don't know if it's just because everyone's trying to be brave, but like a lot of people just sort of out there putting their resume out over and over again and saying like, oh, they're fine. But then occasionally one of your friends is like, I'm not fine.
Right.
I can't do it anymore. I've put out 100 resumes. I need a break from this.
Right.
And just to know that like a lot of this has nothing to do with you. It's just this like horrible time where people flooded, they hired a lot, and now they're firing a lot, they're letting go a lot, and it's treated like, oh, it's just numbers, but it's lives, it's not just numbers. And those people are left wondering if they're too old for the industry, if they're not skilled enough for the industry, if they should try something else with their life, if they're a failure if they take a day job, which you're not a failure for doing. You're not a failure for doing something outside of games so that games can become your hobby again. That could release you from some of this business talk that's really hard.
Right.
So, whatever you have to do to keep your love of games alive, some of us, like us, we are trying to be a business as well, but that we have lines we won't cross, and that might mean we aren't going to be as profitable in some ways. But I have to live with myself and with the community we build, and know that I have to believe in people, right? That people will support us and they'll support others like us. Just how I feel. I want to support people when I see them doing something unusual or brave with their games, doing something unexpected, not because the market data said this is the thing that'll be the next hot ticket,
Right.
but because it came from their heart, their past, their family story, and not that everything has to be super serious either. It can be the game you've loved and nostalgically as a kid, but this is your version of it. But just that personal touch, that's something that we can't get with just data. That's really the thing that everyone brings themselves to the games they make.
I was just watching a video earlier that was talking about sort of, I can't remember the context in which they brought it up, but they said they don't call it social media anymore because you don't go on it to be social. Like, it's like the act of creation on social media, it used to be like, you would go on like Facebook or MySpace or whatever, and you were just talking about like you for the sake of talking about you to your friends, right? But now there's this entire marketing that we're doing oftentimes when we participate in social media. Even on like your personal Blue Sky profile, there's a certain amount of it that you're like, I'm sharing a thing that's me, but also kind of tweaking it because maybe the metrics, because maybe somebody needs to see the whatever. There's a gamesmanship that's been factored into so many of the ways that we create, period, right? Because we share it on platforms that don't care about the work. They care about the work's ability to get somebody to stay on their platform. And so whether it's Facebook, whether it's Instagram, whether it's TikTok, whether it's Steam, frankly, I mean, like, and Steam's out here taking 30 cents out of everybody's dollars. And like, anyway, so I really appreciate that concept of like where do we build that space, where do we build that community, where do we find those ways to create in a way that focuses on our love of creation. And I think that you bringing up that idea of like, maybe you take maybe you take the other jobs so that games can become your hobby, so that you still continue to love them. I think that's very sage advice that's sitting uncomfortably with me, not because I don't believe it, but because it's hard to sink in. Do you feel like there are places where you've had to make that call?
Yeah, and I'm so lucky right now that I am able to focus entirely on the studio, on, you know, these things to run the studio. But I know that this may not be forever. Nothing is forever, you know.
Of course.
I know that, and I'm just gonna try to be grateful for the time I have. I think when I, you know, had my big corporate job and was running Pretty Smart at the same time, I was just very aware of like, there are some things I'm going to choose to give up, which is usually was hanging out with friends at night, you know?
Right.
But I think another thing that people tend to ask me about is like, how do you get everything done? Because like I always hear about all my side hobbies, like I write and, you know, all this other stuff. And I think one of the things I do is time blocks, which is very simple. It's basically like I have my week, and it's like every Monday is, you know, at this time I'm going to sit down and do this activity, and
Right.
every Tuesday at this time I sit down and do this activity. And you can do that whether you are you have a full-time job or you have multiple other things, and it doesn't have to be about work either. It can be like every Tuesday I spend time with these 10 friends that we're all trying to make something out of our creative lives, and we're just getting on a call and we're gonna goof off together, but like maybe kind of do some notes about the next like video we want to make, or you know, the next book we want to write, or whatever. I mean, it just is really about making that time that is important to you, and you know, just little bits at a time. And I think another real danger thing about what you're saying about all the algorithms, that's so true. And it's also dangerous because it's like, hey, you know, you wrote, maybe you like painted something awesome, but when you go to put it on Instagram, you're thinking, oh, but like no one's going to think it's cool. Because in your head, you're thinking that that painting has to compete with like the best artist in the entire world throughout all of time. Like nobody can do that. And somehow we got to get that part out of our heads and just say like, no, it was meaningful because I did this and I learned something from it and I enjoyed doing it. And the people who care about me will care about this, you know? I think it's so hard to get out of that other mindset and just really make things not about numbers and popularity and wealth all the time, but find new ways to succeed, which can just be that like you made the time to do the thing that you love.
Yeah, that's I think it's I won't lie, I struggle with it on a regular basis, and I think especially for many of us who work in tech, like it's very hard for you to create a thing and not see a number attached to it, right? If you make a social media post, there's a number attached to it. If you hit the button and go live and are streaming, there's a constant number that you get to watch go up and down in real time. And you're like, did that number go down because I said this word? Like the space to be able to evaluate, like, is this just what I want? Am I making the thing that I want? Having that sort of genuine creative freedom, you have to build for it. You have to be able to build externally, and you have to be able to build internally. And I think there's just I legitimately when playing the Spirit Lift feel like I get mixes of those things, right? Like I remember the first time that we that for IntelliGame we like rated your stream and you showed the trailer for the Spirit Lift and everybody did the ooh, you know, for the song, right?
Yeah.
Like there are elements of like you said, creating things that you love. Like it's not necessarily all it doesn't feel like it's about doing the thing that has the marketing hook, even if it's, you know, even if it is a deck builder, which like I love. I want more deck builders. I know there's already so many, but I want more. But I think that, yeah, there's something really meaningful to being able to make that space for what feels like a genuine creativity and something that you're passionate about. I think that's really incredible. Well, okay, so I the one other question that I think I have before we get started is what is giving you passion? What's giving you inspiration right now?
I think that well, we can talk about it more on the when we do the outro, but I started a horror YouTube channel. It's the same name, Dr. Mikachu, and my goal was to not worry about the algorithm and just talk about horror because I love it so much.
That's awesome.
I just, on the last day of 2024, I posted my top 20 videos, that 20 horror movies that came out in 2024. And I think that just like games has been my passion most of my life, horror has also been a huge passion. And so I just want to do something that's sort of has a community feel, but not a let's make this another side hustle feel. So I watch a lot of horror movies. I probably watch like 1 to 2 a day. And especially, you know, leading up to like when we were doing the story for the Spirit Lift, there's not as many hotel movies as you think there are. There's the main ones you could think of right now from Stephen King. There's 2.
Mm-hmm.
And then there's not that many others, but, you know, there's a lot of goofy elevator movies, which is fun. And there's a lot of movies about teenagers goofing off and, you know, effing around and finding out.
You're
basically. Right. There's a lot of teenagers that get in trouble in horror.
I need more CEOs getting the trouble, the effing around and finding out.
Yeah, so I think I'm super inspired by horror movies in particular. I also read a lot, but horror movies in 2022 and 2024 were really, really good. I don't know if it's just the post the 2020 and on, people were just feeling it, but this is like incredible. I'm sure many people here would really vibe with I Saw the TV Glow, which is a really emotional movie about not being your true self. It's like an existential horror that it's just a really brilliant movie. It's hard to explain it, but it's really about the feeling of society pressing down on you and not feeling like you can reveal who you really are. And I think that's very haunting if you've ever had that feeling. Yeah, so I think that one is the one I'll choose to shout out right now. But yeah, and I mean, not to seem too cheesy, but my team really inspires me as well, of course. I'm so grateful that not only are they all super talented unicorns, but they love each other. They work together so well. They're always helping each other. Emerald Pond is here, who's he is our lead dev. He does the programming work of 17 devs somehow. And Twiggly just showed up, and she's our art lead and UX lead. So she's the one who coined the ghost punk analog phrasing.
Good coining.
Yes. And I just like really appreciate all of them. And I know that I'm appreciated as well. So there's just so much respect for all of us. And I think that really makes the game come together really well as well. So that's a very big inspiration for me. Even if it sounds cheesy, it's the truth. It's the truth. I like the people that we work with.
That's incredible. Those are all fantastic truths. I appreciate all of those truths. All right, well, let's go ahead. Let's spend a few minutes exploring the Spirit Lift. This is an upcoming deck build. I gotta find it in my queue. For folks who, if this is their first time approaching the spirit lift, as I get this queued up, what tips would you give them to make sure that they are prepared for the experience?
Yeah, so a lot of people ask us if it's like Slay the Spire. It is like Slay the Spire. It's in the same genre, which is deck building roguelike. We've for the demo especially, we've leaned on the side of, if you haven't played a deck builder before, we try to explain those basics to you. We also get asked a lot how scary the game is, like how many jump scares it has. I think you're gonna see that it's, I hope, not that scary. It's more like a spooky vibe with like cute monsters and teenagers. It's turn-based. We didn't want it to be like one of those adrenaline pumping jump scare games where there's certainly a place for those, but this is meant to be a strategy narrative leaning game. So I mean I enjoyed watching you play it the first time, so I'm curious what you'll choose to do this time. And I'll probably talk a bit about what you can expect in the full game, because we have been playing on the full game, which we hope to have playtesters in pretty soon. And it's got a lot different stuff in it than the demo, so this might be also like a throwback to me.
Oh, I'm excited. I saw also just a real minor. I also saw that Emma was one of the other people on my Steam queue who had played it too.
Yes.
Yeah,
Emma's awesome.
Big shout outs to Emma. Emma's wonderful. Okay, so we get to choose in this case for folks. This is the beginning of the spirit lift. Instead of just having like one character or no character, you get to make a team, which is pretty exciting. Who's your go-to team, Miko?
Oh geez. Well, I play a lot with everybody. I think the one you have right now is, or I might be a little behind because I'm watching on the stream. But...
Oh, did I not send you the? Oh, hold on. Let me help you. I knew I was forgetting something. I came in too fast. There we go.
No, it's okay. I'm good with I'm used to whatever.
Oh yeah, no. You should watch it in real time. I don't know what I think the YouTube delay is worse than the Twitch delay. So. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Here we go.
Well, I think Breakfast Club is a good one. That's, I think, the first three. That's kind of like your basic one. But I think maybe you could take Sako out for Maria. We'll just put Goofy Tobias with the two cheerful girls. the cheerful goth and the cheerful nerd.
I love it.
Yeah, so yeah, you get to pick a team of 3. As you can see, some characters will come in later, and that chooses your starting deck. And there's limited cards in the demo because we're, introducing you to how the game works. But in the full game, there'll be lots of different cards you can get while playing all the floors. So you can try different strategies, and the characters' starting cards are very helpful, but they could just sort of like help jumpstart you to the strategy you want. You can, like most deck builders, shift your strategy a bit based on the cards you find on the run you're doing.
Yeah, that's very cool. And you're getting a lot of love for the team names. I think that's a real nice touch, having Sunny Side Up, Breakfast Buddies.
Yeah, well, the team names, yeah, we get a lot of love for that. It doesn't mean I have to come up like, if you love your permutations and combinations, I think it's like 85 or 89 teams or something I have to come up with. But it actually really helps with playtesting as well, because then people can say like, oh, I played Sunny Side Up and I got this far and I ran into this issue. So it's weirdly helpful for testing.
Oh, okay. Let me double check, folks, on the stream side. Are we having some? I want to make sure that I am not. I thought I saw some stuttering, and I just want to make sure that everything's still working okay on the stream end. All right, let's go ahead and give this a shot. So we're gonna try Tobias Briar, and Maria. And I guess let's start the lift.
Yeah.
I'm excited.
Yeah, and I'm happy to give trivia too if you want while we play. Maria was actually the main character of a previous horror prototype we had.
Oh, really?
And I loved her so much that I was like, I know I want her in this game. So sometimes in my head, I still think of Maria as the main character, but really the main character is like whoever you want it to be, really. And when the full game narrative is in, one of the things we want you to be able to explore is with the different teams, you not only get different gameplay, but you'll get different dialogue and possibly different story outcomes based on who you brought in. And that could lead to you to learn more about like the deeper mysteries of the hotel. So.
Oh, very cool. Okay. I'm going to, let's see, we're going to see if we can, I'm getting a little bit of feedback on the stream. So I'm just making sure we're still, let's see. Oh, it says I've got, YouTube is not I hope it's still working. Chat, can you give me the heads up? Are we still here? It looks like we're live. Is not receiving enough video. Sorry, give me just a second and figure out what's going on here. Which feels really strange because for the first time, I'm like actually getting to stream on like an actual wired connection. So it should be really good. But I also, let's see. I'm going to try.
I mean, I can fill the air while you're.
Yeah. So I was
Trust
gonna say, as I'm doing a little bit of troubleshooting, yeah. Do you have other exciting spirit lift facts?
I'll work on it. I did want to call out Booksnail who donated earlier. I don't know if we.
Oh, did I
shouted
miss a
them out,
couple?
but-
Absolutely. Yeah. Thank you to. I think it was Booksnail and Anonymous. Actually, I feel like there
Aw.
were 2 donations. Thank you for those.
Thank you. I love Booksnail. They're a member of our chat.
Oh,
our
really?
streaming community. Yeah. Yeah, and I can turn off my video if you need. I'm really used to all of.
Yeah. Right. Handling
As a
all
Twitch
of the
streamer,
scenarios.
I was like, there's always like weird stuff that happens, and you're like, well,
Right.
of course it would happen this one time that really
Well,
mattered.
I was going to say it's so strange because it's like it is regardless of what I'm changing, it's telling me that the stream is that the encoding is overloaded, which is just weird. Okay, so we're gonna try.
But it has gremlins. It's gremlins in the machine always.
Tis the gremlin hour, of course. Okay, so
Did
we're
you
gonna
all know that
try-
gremlins are like they are supposed to be like magical creatures that live in machines and break them? Because I mean, growing up, I just thought Gremlins, that's the movie.
the movie?
you
Yeah,
know? They
right.
watch Snow White and they eat too much after midnight, but I didn't know they were based on an older concept, which was like if you're like, I don't know, your forklift stopped working, you'd be like, oh, there's a gremlin in there.
Mm-mm.
Which I just think that's so interesting. Yeah, which the movie does perfectly, I think, but
That's a
ooh,
trick.
the video's clear. Okay.
Okay, let's see if this helps us out, because I would like for us to be able to do the thing.
Do the thing.
Video seems to be clearer now, so let's see if this lets us in. All right. All right.
Also, Tobias's hair is so beautiful. That alone could have required so much encoding. No, none of the fans seem as entranced by it as I am, but I told Twiggly, like, I want you to draw me the perfect 90s heartthrob hair. And then when it was done, I was like, don't you dare touch that. I don't want to see a single pixel change on that man's head.
Ah, that's so good. Let me know, folks. Are we clearing up? The graduating seniors.
You're not. Oh yeah, you're not sharing to me yet. But if you don't think it'll work, we can do it like this.
Okay.
And you just tell me what you're doing.
It says. I was gonna say it says that we're in, and I'm gonna try this.
Yeah.
All right.
Okay, let's
they
try.
They said it seems smooth. Okay. All right.
I'm gonna move my head slowly back and forth so we can see if there's any more glitches. All right, let's go.
Briar, Maria, and Tobias wander from the party and discover the spirit lift.
Yeah, this is all our like spooky intro.
There we go.
Yeah, there they are. So there it is, the titular spirit lift, the elevator. And some people asked us, like, okay, but are you sure that Americans will know that a lift is an elevator? But to be honest, I don't think anyone, only like other game devs have asked me. Nobody's asked me, what's a lift? Like, you know, and there is I promise you, there's a lore reason why it's called the lift.
Oh, really?
Yeah, there's also a reason why it's always in all caps. Because that's the kind of nerd stuff I like, you know, as a fan of like those really deep visual novels like Virtue's Last Reward.
Oh, sure.
I promise you there are deep reasons for everything.
Oh, I'm super curious now. Okay, so we get
that was our version of a jump scare. So you probably, if that didn't scare you, you're probably fine.
I like that we start off with the we get a little bit of the dungeon crawler feel, the old school, get to explore the realm, but then we come into our deck build. We've got our 3-turn energy, like you said, kind of the Slay the Spire energy, but there are some differences in like kind of how the combos and whatnot play out. Can you talk about some of the ways that you designed differently?
It's a really hard problem to take a beloved genre and make it familiar, but also try to be different enough that people know it will have a different strategy. And for us, what we've done here is an equipment deck where your characters are wearing or holding the things that they would have as teenagers graduating from high school. And so we have Tobias. This is actually an interesting, like, one of 3 different decks here. Tobias is a physical deck, so he's very straightforward. His attacks there are smash attacks, so they can break things like dodge, which these little guys I don't think know how to do, so we don't have to worry too much about that. But he's all about increasing dodge or smash power. Maria is a gifted deck, so she's green, she's very support, and she is leaning towards giving you more energy. And then Briar, as a spiritual deck, she's actually the healer of the group, so she gives regen.
That's cool.
Yeah.
Oh, Miko, Twiggly says their friend in the just finished Virtue's Last Reward.
Oh, I can't wait to hear what you have to say about that. There's so much talking in that game. It's like someone will be like oozing blood out of them lying on the floor and saying, but did you know the Titanic was actually not the first ship that was hit an iceberg? And you're just like, be quiet, just like live the last minutes of your life, you know? Like,
you don't have much time. What are you doing?
Yeah, totally.
So this is kind of an interesting thing. As you're exploring, you get some of these different rooms and you get to actually like, it's a little point and click exploration.
Yeah, and that was an interesting take as well, because you're gonna loot these rooms, so we had to come up with a different reward for finishing a battle, because in a lot of these deck building roguelikes, you earn a card when you beat a battle,
right? But
we wanted you to instead be interested in walking around and exploring these rooms, which some people have pointed out that this is very like Betrayal on the House on the Hill, if you've played that board game.
Oh, that's an interesting connection.
Yeah, and in the full game, they are going to be, they are like procedurally generated floors. For the demo, it's a little bit more hard-coded. We don't have that many events and things that can happen, but there's a lot more variety that can happen in the full game. This is an example of one of our events. So you get to see my my poetry skills here.
A window opened just a crack. Beyond it, something's out of whack. Reach outside into the black, or slide the pane down in its track. Do we lean out or close the window? It looks like if we close the window, we get a spiritual card. If we lean out, it might cause a battle, but we also might get a physical card instead. What would be your, if you were exploring the spirit lift, what would be your choice?
Yeah, I mean, I think in this case we should probably lean out because it'll be more fun for them if we get the battle.
Okay, that's fair.
Let's see.
The night smells.
Oh no, you got the.
Oh, we did.
Sorry, go ahead.
No, I was gonna say the night smells of a coming storm. Twine ripples in the wind. I'll get it. These guns aren't just for show. Oh, we got some rope.
Yay!
There we go. Oh, and there's Emma now. Good to see you. Emma, developer of I was joking.
Epilogue?
Yes, Epilogue. And I was joking, call it
I have an epilogue card right on my desk, so
avoid all avocados, but abandon all artichokes. Great to see you in here.
Yes. We hit our goal, Emma. We're going for stretch goal now.
Yes, we
4 more devs.
Oh gosh. We yes, folks, remember that we are doing our fundraising for the Developer Hardship Fund. We are over 5,000, but I can't find the number exactly. $5,435, just short of 5,500, folks. We're extended to our stretch goal of 7,500, but gosh, we've already done so much. Thank y'all for contributing, and we've still got more stream to go. So let's explore a little bit more of the spirit lift. I'm sorry, I'm being a completion. What? I didn't need to be a completionist. That was. I knew that connected. I just didn't feel comfortable having that question mark sitting there.
Yeah, that is one of those really interesting things. I'm hyper interested in that because there are people who I do see a lot of people want to finish the whole floor. You'll see that we've added a feature in the full game that makes it much more dangerous to do that.
Oh.
So
I was waiting for you to say we added a feature to reward you for exploring the whole floor. But
well, there could be rewards too, but I mean, you can't have reward without risk, right?
That's true. And just, yeah.
Oh, I was gonna say there is a secret event in the demo. We have leaned it to be easier for people. I know some of the hardcore deck builders fans have been asking, like, "Oh, is it going to be harder in the full game?" It's definitely going to be harder, but for the demo, we wanted people to feel invited in. But if you are having trouble with the demo, you can watch our trailer, and there is a secret hint at the end of the trailer on how to get the secret event. So you're smiling, so that tells me I think you've done it.
I think, yeah. When we played the when you watched the trailer, I can't remember what the hint was, but I do remember finding it on our first playthrough, and it is pretty fun.
It's just a little boost, just a little mystery lore building, you know. Yeah, Emerald Pawn wants you to know there is a reward. You get a check mark on the map if you explore the whole floor.
Oh, there we go. That's really what I was looking for.
And you know that those can often lead to achievements that could unlock, you know, more content in the game, in our full game. So we're still talking about that. So
I also like that there are items like this, like the bottle, like it changes into a broken bottle after you use it.
Though we call those morph cards. We're really interested in those. We're thinking about what are things you could do in a digital card game that would be difficult to do in a physical card game. And that was one of the concepts we came up with, is having a few cards that break over time or like change significantly.
Right.
And then you have to decide, do you want to use it in this battle, perhaps? But also that survival, yeah, it does a lot more damage.
Mm-hmm. But also that survival. Sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off.
Oh yeah, just a survival horror vibe, right? Like, you know, the game balance will take a long time to get right, and we're still in the middle of it, but we want you to feel like a group of teenagers that aren't hardened monster hunters, and that you're willing to do things like throw a broken bottle on something and just let it die and hope for the best.
Right.
And not be too precious with items in your inventory that you might have to use up.
Mm-hmm.
So
yeah, I think there's a cool combination of like 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Okay. There we go.
Yeah, math.
Yeah, honestly, I mean, like
basic math.
Oh my gosh, I always call like Slay the Spire and other deck likes or deck rogue deck. Anyway,
Deck building roguelikes.
They're my dear Aunt Sally's favorite game. Like they're just the you know, it's so much an order of operations experience that like is actually a blast.
Yeah, so we have a term we use while playtesting that Twiggly came up with called the sad math. So that's the sad math is when you're looking at all your cards because you're pretty sure you're about to die and you're doing all the possible combinations of what you can do, you know, and trying to come up with what could actually make you survive this round.
Right.
So
I do like that. I didn't think about it that way of like so many of the other games your reward is you get a card at the end, so having experience and then being able to upgrade your cards, like that's your incentive to go and seek out more battles. But it also doesn't bloat the deck the same way that a lot of other games you know end up with this giant deck of just a bunch of cards.
Yeah.
This is cool.
Yeah, it's definitely a real challenge. The balance is real on this. I've got my spreadsheets and lots of other types of math, not just the sad math happening there. But you know, it is something that I think is a good setup. The features are good, and we're just fine tuning now. And the experience does make it feel a little more like an RPG. It also has some interesting benefits to me because knowing what level your team is on, we can do things like maybe up the this isn't currently how it works, but if we wanted to, we could do things like up the difficulty level of the enemy encounters, or we could change the type of dialogue you get. Like some dialogue only happens if you're level 3 and above, perhaps, you know. So it sort of like follows the story of like, okay, we know these characters have fought a lot of enemies at this point, so we can do things with them.
Oh, that's cool.
Yeah,
that's a very good point. There's so much in the sort of like roguelike design of a lot of stuff where it's like it feels like they try to avoid, you know, you need to be able to reset every time. But yeah, I love the idea of being able to build on that. Knotted vines across the lanes, scratch and slice with much disdain. Push forward and accept the pain, unless there's some way to restrain. What would you do here?
Well, in this case, you're lucky. You have a special card. That's the smash attack icon. And because you have Tobias, who has a smash card, he can destroy this and you can just go through.
Oh.
But if you didn't have Tobias with you, you would have to squeeze through and risk losing health.
Oh, sheesh.
And yeah, and that's another thing that we do with many of our events is a certain character or type of card might be able to help you. And I'm very curious to see how that will impact what players choose, because I think our tendency is to just think only about battle. What's the deck that helps you with battle? But you know, players can surprise you in so many ways. So it'll be interesting to see if there'll be new types of gameplay that emerge to like maybe keep a few things on hand in case you need it for these events, right?
I like that a lot. Go ahead and use our smash Tobias of the jungle is not George. Well, I'm sorry that we don't have more time to explore more of the Spirit Lift. We've got one more set of devs that we've got to bring through, but
Yeah.
But I really appreciate all of the time and the great insights that you brought to the stream today. This is going to be a fantastic game, and you said that you've
Thank
been
you.
playing the final. Does that mean it's soon?
It's not as soon as we would like it to be.
Of course.
But we have, the features are pretty much locked. We're putting all that extra content in, and that's the progression as well. So a lot of what I think about these days is how you'll unlock lore, how you'll unlock new cards, new abilities in the game, new secrets. So, and then we're gonna have to do a lot of play testing to get it right. So, if I could just smoothly go into my outro from there.
Absolutely, please.
If you want to hang out with me and possibly, the dog bark. That's our thing. It's at the end of the stream, the dog starts barking. If you want to hang out with me more, and many people work on this game, I do stream on Twitch as Dr. Mikachu, as we talked about. I do co-working, and sometimes I'm working on this game, and you can see behind the scenes a little bit. Like I said, I just started my horror YouTube channel, same name on YouTube. So if you want to see what I think about my top 2024 movies of the year, and wishlist the Spirit Lift. The demo is out. You can help us a ton, like all indies always tell you. You help us a ton by playing the demo, by telling people about it. We're on Steam and itch.io actually, and that would just honestly be a huge help. Even if you can't do anything else for us, that is seriously helpful. Just spreading the word to people you think might enjoy the game. Yeah. So I had such a great time. I'm super excited for the next hour. I know you guys could do it. Imagine if we hit that stretch goal.
Oh my gosh, seriously.
How many people you'd be helping?
Oh,
It'd be awesome.
We're so close. But thank you so much. Also, I realized I wasn't able to hear the last two donations. We got a $25 donation from Anonymous and a $50 donation from Emerald Pond just a few seconds ago.
Oh, thank you, Emerald Pond. Thank you, Anonymous.
Thank you so much.
I always do the old school heart. I don't know how to do the cool.
I don't know how the kids
thing the kids do. Yeah. I'll just keep doing this and hope that's right.
I'm aging. That's fine. But no, thank you so much, Miko. It was fantastic to get to chat with you. Congratulations to you and the rest of the team, and really looking forward to the Spirit Lift when it comes out in its full release. Folks, please make sure you grab that demo. Links are in the description.
Thank you. Thanks for having me, and I'm looking forward to watching the rest of the stream. Bye, everybody.
See you soon. Oh, gracious friends. I am so glad that we get to spend some time with some good devs. We have one set of devs left, one demo left to explore. I hope you have been enjoying the stream. A big shout out to all of the folks who have been hanging with us throughout the duration of the stream. Big shout out to Alexia and Kat and Brian and the rest of the Game Devs of Color Expo team who've been hanging out and helping moderate chat and do all the cool things. And of course, thanks to all of y'all who've been donating, there's one right now. Malicious Kid. Thank you for that $50 donation, putting us up to $5,560. Yeah, absolutely incredible. We were at nearly, I want to say we were just over 3K before we started today. And so we've nearly doubled over the course of our stream today, which is, yeah, y'all are absolutely wonderful. We have one more set of devs for you today. The game that we're going to be exploring. This is actually, if you spent some time with the Game Devs of Color Direct this year. We are going to have a discussion with the folks who put together our lead-off game. I think this is one of the coolest looking games in our showcase for this past year. I think they might actually be in the waiting room. Let me see if we may not take the break, since we had some of the technical difficulties trying to get the spirit lift up. Well, it wasn't the spirit lift that had the problem. It was my poor rig. Works very hard. But anyway, yeah, it looks like they're in the waiting room right now. So why don't I go ahead and I'm gonna bring down the I'm gonna close up the spirit lift and bring in the developers of Aikyam. Parth, Sally, are you there?
Hi.
Yes. Hi.
Hello, folks. Welcome in.
How you doing?
It's good to
There we
see
go.
you.
Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you as
Yeah,
well.
good to see you.
Did you feel free to did you want to use video, or it looks like, oh yes, okay.
We're good.
All right. Well, as we round off the last part of the stream, let me bring in the team for I honestly the art in particular, like the art style is just so incredibly cute and endearing, and also just really cool. So I'm glad that we get the chance to chat today. Let me resize this window so that everybody gets to be on screen. And that should, oh, that's slightly too big. We're covering a little bit of the GDOC Expo. That looks awkward. Okay, there we go, friends. Thank you for your patience. Rounding out the tail end of the stream here, we've got Sally and Parth. Thank you so much for joining and talking to us about your game, about Aikyam, and about your experience as devs. Do you want to go ahead and I guess just start off by introducing yourselves? I guess Sally, do you want to kick us off?
Sure. I'm Sally from Thousand Stars. I'm the art director on Aikyam, and we're currently just rounding it off, ending our production. We're trying to push our game out to the world, so I hope you enjoy it when you see it in a little bit. Right.
Yeah, and hi, I'm Parth Soni. I'm the game director for Aikyam. Just doing whatever I can to support the team. I have a few roles, doing programming, game design, all the good different roles that comes with like indie development.
I didn't list all of my roles. I just picked one.
Do continue. I would. What are? Yeah, give people the taste of how many hats must one wear in your type of indie dev.
We always sort of like joke about this for our game. Like when we want to do credits, what we should do is like, instead of having a lot of people, a lot of roles, we should just have like one name and then all the roles as like the clumped up credits. And then that'll probably be the easiest way. No, our team's very, very small, you know, as it comes with like a lot of like, sort of like indie dev stuff, and a lot of folks wear a lot of sort of different hats, and try to, you know, we always try to support each other in all sorts of different ways as possible. Like one thing we're really blessed with is like our team has a ton of different, like they come from very different backgrounds. So like I came from more sort of like graphic design, web design background. Sally used to do a lot of programming, and she does like wonderful art. And then like our environmental artist Sam, he comes from like a film background. So you know, you see like the bits and pieces of all of that in Aikyam, where, you know, it looks very cinematic, drawing a lot from like Sam's experience. It looks very cute, which Sally has like a lot of experience with like toy design and all that sort of stuff. So yeah, it definitely reflects in in the product at the end.
Wow, I'm curious, just right off the bat, you have experience in toy design. Could you talk a little bit about sort of what have you done with toy design and how did you end up in games?
Well, I would say it's very self-proclaimed toy design, but I have a huge hobby in just making like 3D figures. So when I was growing up, I worked with a lot of clay, so using polymer and creating like these cute little figures. And eventually, we got a 3D printer that's made of resin, it's a resin printer, and we just started printing off different designs. Like we had this IP of ours called Milky Way VR, where we created like these really cute cows. I turned one of those cows into like a panicking cow in a car, and that became like a figure that we printed off. And from there, I started creating, taking more of like the 3D models that we make in our games, for example, Aikyam, and turning them into figures as well. So if you scroll in our social media, you might find one of Fishfa, just chilling out. We usually take him to our booths, just as a little mascot.
Yeah, we also Sally made this like giant plushie of like one of the demon characters as well. I think like whenever I did like a pitch competition in GDC in March last year, and I was just like walked onto the stage with like giant stuffy, like everybody was like in suits and ties. So it definitely like grabs attention, and it's a lot of fun.
Well, I feel like the visual style of when we were going through and doing the reviews for all of the different trailers as we were looking for what we were selecting for the GDC Expo Direct. The visual style really is striking kind of from the jump. Can you talk a little bit about Aikyam? Like what's give folks who may not have seen the trailer or not checked it out already, give me the kind of rundown of what the game's about and what they'll do.
Yeah, so Aikyam is I would say like a Bollywood-inspired turn-based RPG, where you're essentially going around the world and dazzling disgruntled villager with whatever sort of problems that they're having. So you win them over by dancing off against them, and then there is like an evil threat of like demons that sort of cause this like rift between people. So when you go out exploring the world, you'll come across them, and everybody that you've helped on your journey by dazzling them and helping them out with their problem, they'll kind of come as like background crowd and cheer you on during your turn-based battles, and then you work together with them in order to defeat the bad guys. So there's a lot of like we kind of like drew a lot from especially like my experience growing up in India, where I grew up with a lot of like Bollywood movies, and there's like one way they sort of tell the story that really stuck with me is like everyone's gonna have like these like really dire problems that they're having, and everyone's gonna kind of break out into a small dance number, and they'll like solve their problems through that. And we really like sort of liked that thought, and we tried to like conceptualize that into sort of a mechanic and a game loop for Aikyam. As far as like the art style is considered, it actually is a fusion of like I would almost say like Sam, Sally, and my dad's work. So my dad is he used to be an architect back home before we immigrated to Canada. So like he hadn't done art for a very long time. Like after sort of like after immigrating to Canada, I sort of just do whatever jobs we can to pay the bills. And eventually, like when I grew up and started doing more game stuff, he saw like all the cute toys and designs that Sally used to make. So he kind of started drawing up these characters just to kind of like get back into the hobby, because he was near retirement age and all that sort of stuff. So he made this really cute character, and then Sally sort of took that character and made a 3D mock-up of it. And then sort of Sam came in and started working on all these like really cool like environment pieces and stuff, and slowly it ended up in this like really interesting, beautiful I would almost call it like the Indian toys aesthetic that started happening, and it was a really beautiful collaboration almost between the three of them.
Oh.
And I would also like to point out that like a lot of the drawings that Parth's dad has done, it also draws back from like the Pahari paintings and the Rajasthani art. So there's a lot of influence of like the Indian culture that's tied in that you generally get to see in the game, which is really cool.
That's really fantastic. I think one of the things that I really appreciate about the Game Devs of Color community is like the range of experiences and cultural heritage that we get to explore over the course of seeing all of these different games. I feel like, you know, seeing different pieces of Indian culture and heritage has shown up a little bit more visibly in the game space, with like Venba, you know, making a pretty big splash, but still, like, there are obviously such a wide range of stories still to tell and backgrounds to draw on. Can you talk a little bit about sort of like what made you decide to go in this direction, to start working on Aikyam in the first place?
Yeah, so I mean, so many things contributed to it, honestly. But I think the one that sort of started, you know, getting us to take the project a lot more seriously was definitely this sort of like collaboration between like my dad's art and Sally's art and such, and it was really inspiring for me to almost see him, you know, pick up the pencil, because he was so interested in doing a lot of like sort of this like getting back into arts in general. But I think when he started doing some of these sketches for characters and stuff, naturally he started, you know, doing it in a way that told the stories that like I've grown up with and he's grown up with. You know, that's the things that we would sort of talk about. Before that, I'm not sure if I've like taken that sort of like I didn't thought too deeply about it. I didn't necessarily know like how much people could actually resonate with sort of like stories and art styles like this. So I think after sort of doing the first few like art tests, we started showing like the game and the project around, and people, it got really good reception. You know, people were wowed by they started really resonating with it, and they thought it was something like really interesting and different. And at that point, you know, we kind of saw the power of like, okay, well, these types of stories aren't really being told that often, and you know, we have something new to contribute to the world with these sort of stories. So we kind of like really took the project a lot more sincerely, and it also sort of like allowed the team to kind of like dive into, you know, a lot of the stories that I've grown up with as kid, and we got to do a ton of research, and almost it was just really beautiful kind of seeing people take interest in stories that I've grown up with that I hadn't necessarily thought would be a point of interest to other people, in all honesty. But yeah.
Yeah, and I would like to add, like, Parth has 2 young nieces, so it's about like passing on these stories to them in a modern like technology that they would understand. So like for us as a company, Parth and I both grew up playing video games with our parents, and we have a lot of fond memories of that. So as a company, we want to create games that create more of these memories for other people as well. And having like something that's so endearing to Parth and so close, we're wondering like how we can take these stories that he's grown up with and transfer it to his nieces and to the younger generation, and also to people like me who have probably never heard of like stories from India. Like I grew up with Three Little Pigs, Red Riding Hood, and all of these like American classics, but nothing from India. So I get to learn something new working on this project too.
I think that's a fantastic point. I mean, I guess I'm curious, how did you end up working together? How did you come to you know, put Thousand Stars together and decide that this was a project you were going to dive into?
So we actually started Thousand Stars, I think it's almost been like 7 years now. And actually when Sally and I graduated from college, like we graduated from university named OCAD University, and they were offering this I would almost call it like a small business accelerator program, and we were sort of interested in like making games on our own and kind of diving a little bit into like the business side of things. So we sort of like just tried to enroll in this program, and you know, they help us quite a bit initially, just kind of get the ball rolling, get different understanding of like what it's like running your own studio. I mean, we initially started off with like just us wanting to make our own games, but obviously like we didn't have a lot of experience nor a lot of financial backing. So we sort of started taking up a lot of service work under 1000 Stars, and then we built like a big sort of client repo, and also slowly started building our own team with the projects that we really wanted to make. And then, you know, as we were sort of exploring the projects, Aikyam was the first one. As I mentioned, like, you know, it was really nice to see that, like, you know, we were able to tell like our own story, and somebody wanted to listen to it or care about it. So we kind of started off slowly on that, and when we saw some positive reception from it, we started to shift gears, and, you know, it was finally we finally had the team that was needed to make the project. So we started looking for like different types of funding and different ways of like publishing the game, so we can actually just do that full time, and luckily we were able to. So yeah, that's how we're here.
Yeah, congratulations for that. That's I think, you know, obviously like we're raising funds right now for this developer hardship fund because there are so many different ways that folks have struggled to find access to, you know, the tools that they need to be able to make their work. But we also get to see these examples of like what gets to come about when developers do have that, you know, that financing, those resources, the not just the money, but it sounds like you also had the, you know, the infrastructure, the people who could help you figure out the business elements of how to keep the studio going, how to pursue funding, which is really cool. Sally, you had brought up this idea of not growing up with these Indian stories, but like now you're, you know, part of this team that's helping to share those experiences. What are some of the ways that you feel like you are you know, learning new things? And then, you know, do you feel like you're also, you know, putting parts of your own story and your background into the game as well?
Definitely. In terms of how I'm learning, well, as an art director of this project, I would need to have a lot of visualization on the different aspects of like what goes into the environments, what goes into the characters, and the way that they move. So for example, I do a lot of rigging and animation for the project, and so I need to understand and watch a lot of Bollywood movies just to understand like the over-the-top action sequences, or what their dance cameras look like, or what their dance sequences look like in general. So I'm just watching a whole bunch of like these different movies to kind of give me the inspirations. And going into that, like each of our characters also have different types of dance styles, right? So we have some, like for example, Vishva is supposed to be more acrobatic, more freeform, and he follows more of like the Garba type style, versus like Guru, the shorter character, he focuses more on the traditional dances. And as for Rumley, she's more freeform, where she kind of just does her own hip thing, but with like a tie-in with Bollywood. So like having to understand all of these dance types and transforming them into animation, that's a huge part of what I do.
Mm-hmm.
And on top of that, like I have oversight on the environmental art, where Sam does a ton of research. I'm sorry, but a lot of research on just different environments. What he can take references from, like different shrines, temples, even like caves, all of these different aspects that could really enrich our world. So from an artistic standpoint, we just have a lot of research in our back end to reference and really try to push that cultural element out. As for like bringing some of my own stories in, that would have to come with characters, building side stories and relationships and dialogues where what are some of my experiences that, you know, can be in common with other people as well, because we can't expect people to always read or watch a story and fully understand it and relate to it. So being able to come up with these stories that set and say, hey, that happened to me too. Is that something that happens in India, or is that something that happened to you, Parth? And we're like, oh yeah, that's actually quite common. That's something that we can implement back into our game, and hopefully other people can kind of relate back to it as well.
Do you and not to put you on the spot, but do you have like an example of sort of one of those conversations that you ended up having?
Yes, so when you play the demo, you will see there is a very angry auntie that nobody really likes. And I feel like we all have one of those where they can come across as very annoying. And I'm pretty sure there's a motive or like a reasoning for that, but we don't learn about that until like way later in the story.
Okay.
For me, it's like way later in life. So there's that connection.
Yeah. The number of times that you're like, why would you do? And then you get older and you're like, oh, I see why they did that. And then you get older and you're like, I just did that. Oh no. Yeah, don't.
Please don't do that again.
Yeah, don't do that. Yeah, don't do that. You know, there's before we hop into the demo, there's a line that I feel like I've heard you both bring up that feels like a big part of what makes a community like Game Devs of Color like important, right? Like, and Parth, I heard you bring up a couple of times that you were not sure about whether or not these stories from your childhood would resonate. It seems like there's this element of, well, if I'm, this is from over there, and people over here, like, they won't care, they'll dismiss it. Like, what has been some of that process of trying to internalize not just sort of like bringing Aikyam as a game, but like your story and your heritage and that experience and finding validity there. What has that been like over the course of development? And I'm sorry if that's like a broad, weird, abstract question, but I hope it makes sense.
It makes perfect sense. I think I've definitely been extremely lucky that throughout like my entire, I've had a very short career so far, and but like I've been surrounded by people that are extremely open and supportive. And let's say like even when we start talking about it from a perspective of like bringing cultural elements and such, like I have folks that I can speak with. And they're very supportive. They don't necessarily say, oh, like, yeah, I guess it hasn't been done before, so we shouldn't necessarily talk about it. They don't necessarily dismiss it. They engage in conversations where, like, okay, well, if you're doing this, like, why are you doing it? Like, what are good ways of sort of representing it? And I think and I can't give like my team enough credit for this, but the amount of research everyone has done just to sort of get an understanding of like what the culture is like, how to represent certain things, how to talk about certain things in a certain way, validating with me if I per se, I might not always have the answer. They will all kind of like work together to research it and come up with good answer. But I mean, I think it's just the fact that it's been really rewarding to see that even though it's a world and a culture and a story that they weren't necessarily familiar with, they were willing to spend years of their life researching on it, caring about it, and that shows that goes to show you a lot of like that there is place for stories like these. There are people that are willing to listen, people willing to care. They're willing to play and explore and experience these worlds, right? And I think kind of going back to a little bit of what sort of Sally was saying, like bringing her own sort of stories and experiences into the game. I think one thing we've easily realized, going through the entire process of Ikim is like we're more alike than we realize. There's so many like cultural overlaps. There's so many different things that everybody shares a slightly different way. I think I was on a stream another time with like another person, and we have these like beautiful sweets called jalebis, and they're like, oh, I have this like in my culture, and like it was a complete tangent, and that was like a point that they really sort of like latched onto. and they were able to see like, oh, you know, a lot of things that are in my life are also in this culture. So it's kind of like it shows you the more nuanced stories and elements of like different parts of the world that, you know, you might not necessarily be your same lived experiences, but you get to see that through like a different lens, and you're like, oh, that's really cool. You know, I guess like, you know, we're actually a lot more alike than we realize. Because I think especially like when you're away from another country or region, you kind of just get to see sort of broad stroke news, unless like you're very involved in their kind of like local day-to-day events. So yeah, it's, you know, it's lovely. It's been a lovely experience. I've been fortunate to have it like a very much on the positive end, and I've been able to find people to talk to every step of the way. But yeah, I mean, if I can tell anybody anything, your stories matter. Just, you know, reach out and talk to a friend or somebody that's sort of like-minded, and you'll definitely get to realize that how much value that sort of personal experience holds.
Yeah. I think that's been one of the most interesting things for me. I think I oftentimes felt, especially when I was younger, you know, that a lot of what I needed to do if I was going to get somebody to try and like relate to my experience or the experience of like Black people or whatever was like, how do I tell this story in sort of the least common denominator, right? How do I tell this in the and take out all of the parts that make it feel too particular so that it like skates through the defenses, right? But when I think about a lot of the games that have been really impactful and powerful to me lately, you know, Venba, Thousand Times Resist, Thirsty Suitors, like there's a space of like, actually, I'm just going to tell you my story, and I'm going to tell you my story in a way that so that you feel it, right? When you feel what the thing is, then you're like, oh, wait a second, actually that tracks, like regardless of whether or not you have that specific background. It sounds and it sounds like, I imagine in doing some of that research and that kind of thing, you were able to find a lot of those crossing spaces. Yeah,
because I think like if you think about even more like fantasy worlds that people love, like Lord of the Rings and whatnot, they just try to tell their story as is. You know, they don't necessarily try to simplify what a wizard is or what a hobbit is. And I think you know, kind of treating storytelling in that sort of way, it's always a good way to go, because people will really like latch onto those characters and the nuances that different culture or different stories bring.
That's cool. Well, last question before we get into the game. What inspired you two to be to come to the stream? And I guess Parth, if you want to start, and Sally, then close this and take us into the game.
Oh, I mean, I honestly just wanted to chat with cool people, see cool reactions, and then help. Absolutely do my best to, because you know we've been in this position where. Like I really hope like this fund goes and helps other people as much as possible, gets them to you know, kickstart whatever work that they're doing. That's very meaningful. But also just kind of if I can share any pieces of advice or nuggets, or if you know my experience can help anybody in any way that's watching, I think that's the most meaningful for.
Yeah, basically a lot of what Parth said, but for me it's like throughout the entire year I would go on LinkedIn and every day there would be a new topic of like a company has shut down, or like some of my friends just lost their jobs, and it's ongoing and it's a struggle, and we definitely feel it too. We want to be able to support all these people. There's a lot of very talented people out there, but it's just that we don't have the capacity to do that. So in any way that we can help, that's why we're here.
Well, that's incredible, and I know that we really appreciate like you spending the time and that expertise. I mean, I think part of the you said that you haven't had long careers in game dev, and I'd like to believe that I haven't, but it's probably longer than I'd like to admit. You know, I think so many skills are being built by, you know, the folks who are you know, the sort of next generation of game developers who are exploring, who are having those conversations, who are building new technologies and ideas. And it is really impactful to not just have, as we've talked about before, not just have the dollars, but have the people to turn to, the community to share experiences with, and to be able to ask questions to. And so being able to come here and share your expertise and your and also to, you know, share a little bit of the game is really cool. So thank you for being part of that.
Thank you for having us.
Thank you for having.
Well, I'm going to go ahead and get the game in gear. Are there any things that you would sort of recommend that folks keep in mind as or parts that you're like really hoping that they'll get excited about as they check out the demo?
I think I'm really excited to see people kind of just like explore. There is like a very specific festival the demo kind of takes place in. As I'm really interested to see people how they interact or perceive that festival, and how we can kind of go about because it's like it's a thing that I've grown up with, and we really wanted to start the entire game off of using that festival because it signifies just the aspect of like unity. It's a huge kind of a running theme in the game, so I'm quite excited to see people how people perceive it or react to it.
Agreed.
Do you have any particular? Let's see. Do you have a standout character design, Sally, that you really enjoy in the demo?
Ooh, that's a tough one. I think they're all relatively good. I know there is a fan favorite based on our tests, and I don't know if I should say which one because I don't want to plant any ideas. Maybe we'll discuss it when you play.
There's a clear winner.
There's
an absolute clear winner by a landslide.
Really? That's wow. That is okay. Then who would be your favorite? Who's the one that you're like, why is everybody sleeping on this character? Like, do you have one that's near and dear to your heart?
Oh, the one that like we personally love?
Yeah.
I have one that I think I really like. I mean, actually, my personal favorite is the one that everyone else likes. But I have a second favorite one. But that's the one that I don't think I did too much in helping design that one though.
Sally, do you have a sort of near and dear to your heart character?
There is one that is not showcased in the demo. Oh wait, no, it is. At the end of the demo.
Okay.
It's this. Yeah. Should I say it, or do you want to play and then I'll point it out when he appears?
Okay, let's see. Let's see if we get there. That would be. I think that would be kind of fun. Okay.
Sure.
So.
If not, then I can bring it up.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's fair.
I mean, for me, it's the angry auntie. I think she's my second favorite character. She's just so funny.
I do feel like we've all had that auntie that they're like, wait, why are we like this? Why are we like we don't have to be like this. We don't have to do this.
Yeah. I think for like even outside of just sort of like user interaction with that character, I think our team has become very involved in her backstory, and we all try to come up with our own conspiracy theories as to why she is the way she is and what she's actually doing. So, I think that's why she's my favorite.
Okay. I am not sure. Something just went. I feel like the it's just kind of struggling a little bit right here at the end. Give me just a second. It's any day now. I feel like it's just right here at the end. Everything's kind of tumbling apart, but we're almost there.
Is it having issues opening?
It looks like nope. It's running now, which is it was taking a little bit to queue up, but it is running now. I just want to make sure that the stream is still up. Let's see. Checking on the stream. It looks like we've got it. I just want to make sure before we continue forward. Okay, fantastic. Okay. So, I'm going to bring this over here and grab you. Do some gameplay capture here. I'm gonna, for the sake of my poor rig, I'm gonna turn down this. It's like I would love to show it in all of its epic glory, but okay. So here we go. Pay close attention to your enemies' weak. Oh, and I should probably make sure that y'all can see the game. That's probably a little confusing otherwise.
I opened the YouTube just to see it, but yeah, that would be helpful.
Yeah, let me go ahead and see if we can get that screen share going. I think there is. Come on, any day now. I want to live in the start screen. Honestly, it does. It just looks so comfortable.
It's our peace zone.
Yeah.
Stare at it when we need a break.
Unfortunately, Discord is not letting me share. Okay, I might have to ask you to go the long way and check out the YouTube stream, which will be, the echo is so terrible, but it's not. Yeah. Oh, sorry, go ahead.
Sorry. Oh, I was gonna say I've muted it, so it should be.
Oh, okay, cool. All right. Yeah, sorry. I don't know why everything is collapsing here at the end of the stream, but yeah, if you can see it over there.
Yep, I'm good.
All right, cool.
It's a demanding game, so I definitely understand why Discord's having issues.
I think I will warn we may have a couple of seconds delay, but
Okay. Not a problem. Let's see. So, buried in the heart of the Milk Ocean were sacred boons and curses. They granted riches and power beyond imagination, but the most desired of them all was the Amrit, the nectar of life and immortality, where a demon so hungry for its power relied on deceit and trickery to swallow a single droplet to forever gain eternal life. Oh no! And Vishva seems to be nodding off at the story. Vishva, wake up! Oh gosh. This is incredibly cute. I'm sorry. Let's dance! Huh? Oh my gosh. I do need figures of all of these characters. Like they are. You should pay attention to your history lesson. Well, how can I when the Holy Festival is tomorrow? Also, feel free to correct me on anything that I'm getting wrong here. Or if you have like additional information, like please feel free. I'm just trying to also read so that you're at the same place we are instead of waiting for the YouTube delay.
Yeah, I'm definitely delayed, but you're getting it right.
So okay. The Galal paint fights, the food, and more importantly, the Razzle Dazzle dance tournament. Ramli and I will take home the first place prize. A giant jalebi the size of you, Guruji. Please, Guruji, let me practice my dance moves. Very well. We may end class earlier today in preparation for the festivities. As for you, Vishva, meet me outside by the battle theater when you are ready. I will ask Chandra to dance against you as part of your training. She's the best dancer among the Rakshaks after all. You'll want to train with the best of your seniors if you want to be Aikyam's finest guard someday. Yay! Thank you, Guruji! Oh gosh. There's so much excitement, so much joy in the start of the game. Was that part of the, was that sort of part of your... How did you decide the tone you wanted to set at the beginning of the game?
We just had to redo it like 10 times.
Oh.
We got the right one. No, just kidding. I mean, partially. We tried a lot of different things, and I think we wanted to give a little bit of a glimpse of the overarching story that the player will be discovering over time, but sort of immediately introduce the player to the most important element for the game, which is the dance tournament. We're still sort of tweaking the way things flow and how the pacing the intro sort of chapters work a little bit better. But yeah, we wanted to get the players to kind of really get an understanding of Vishwa's character and his relationship with Guruji, where he's this overexcited student that is just really passionate about dancing and helping people, but he tends to sort of skimp out on the details sometimes, which is gonna be character growth.
And we want to set a very happy vibe because we are going in towards a very festive holiday, so we just want to get people pumped up for that excitement. Be excited as much as Vishva,
Yeah. I like this idea that talking about sort of how combat works in the universe, and you're razzle dazzle dances do not physically harm your foes, but puts them in awe instead. They're just as effective as Dishub attacks to drain your enemy's stamina. So fight with kindness. That's a cool concept. But we're also going to learn about Dishum now. Oh, and Dishum is a violent attack that does physically harm your foes. You're not allowed to use them against the villagers of Aikyam, so only use them when you see a demon. Okay.
So funny story with that is our game is about kindness, but we had a lot of people asking how to be not kind in this game.
Really?
How to be mean. So that's where Dishun kind of came in.
Huh. So Dishum wasn't actually originally part of your theory on how to put together this sort of gameplay style.
I think it was more it just wasn't presented sort of the same way. We kind of isolated the concepts a little bit more, slightly later in the production. But it was just the idea that people wanted more choice of whether they can be kind to or not kind to another character.
Yeah.
So obviously we had to set up some ground rules for just being with the villagers. But I think the way we sort of approach the demon battles, which isn't part of this demo, is the fact that you can actually play the entire game if you wanted to, just by putting even the demons in all. You never really have to raise your hand on anybody.
Oh wow.
But you can, and it's not really gonna punish you or not one way or another. But it's definitely a personal goal you can set for yourself. So you can kind of beat the entire game with kindness, or you can choose to be more violent and more flashy, I suppose. And they're both valid choices in how you approach your playthroughs.
That's really cool. I love the world that we're seeing out here. It does have just really bright colors. The music is enjoyable. It is just so it does carry a lot of that energy. I see what you're talking about. Dr. Mikachu says, yeah, the polish in this game is astounding. It really does already just stand out. The little beams of light in the... I'm sorry. Yeah, it's a very fun space to explore. And also I'm going to find what's in this chest over here.
Yeah, definitely explore around, talk to some people.
Run into bushes.
Talk to the peacock? I don't know.
There's a okay, we're now on the hunt for the peacock.
Yeah, that's totally a side quest that we're like really leaning into.
Seems like there's a massive fruit spillage right at the entrance. We're cleaning it up right now. Sit tight. Oh, that's very kind. Oh wait, there you are.
Alexia mentioned that you have great voice acting. I agree.
Oh,
Yeah.
I appreciate it though. Oh my gosh, those colors. Oh, so instead of petting the dog, you get to pet the peacock.
Yeah, basically,
Yeah.
and dance with them. Hopefully.
That's fantastic.
Yeah, we're like messing around with more sort of like interactive ways of dealing with it, because I think people tend to like people don't like this sort of stuff a lot. So we're kind of leaning into making it feel more tactile.
I like that there also is just like a good amount of exploration here in the overworld, like, or you're just on the, you're just I could just directly walk over and like start the tutorial, but having this much exploration to do right here off the bat encourages more exploration when exploring the rest of the game. So it's a really neat point. Oh, and there's one over here. I also love just like seeing them do their exercises and whatnot. It's such a cool world.
Yeah, we're kind of leaning into that idea of like every Ruckchuck's like bare minimum is like yoga, because so like one of her level designer, she also grew up in India, and in India we have this thing where like every Wednesday or Thursday they'll get like line up the entire school, and they'll all like make us do like these like yoga exercises, and like you dread that as a kid, but it's an integral part of being a student.
I gotta give a quick shout out to Amy L. The wonderful Amy L from Innersloth just donated $420.69.
That's awesome.
Thank
Oh
you.
my gosh, Amy, it's great to see you. Welcome in. Thank you so much for that donation, bringing us up to $5,980.69.
That's amazing.
Very nice, very nice. I hope you're doing well. Thank you so much for that support. Yeah, are we gonna hit 6 grand before the end of the stream, friends? Is that where we're going? We very much have the time. All right, I'm gonna. Oh, wait, there's even little hearts in the bushes too. Oh gosh. This is the kind of exploration that, oh, they can't find me. Well, I found you, but that's okay. It's fine.
You won't share the secret, right?
Yeah, right. No, I won't tell anybody.
Yeah.
Okay. I'm gonna grab. There we go. We're gonna grab some there. And all right, let's go ahead. Let's do our training. Ready for the dance battle, Vishva? It shall be the last activity for the day. Oh, see, well, when you put it that way, it makes me feel like maybe I need to. Is there anything else that you would want me to try and find in here before doing the dance battle?
No, I think that's a good place to
Okay.
place to go next.
Oh, well. All right. Wonderful. Let us begin. That's just such good. Oh no. Yeah, I need figures. I need all the figures. Chandra, that was amazing. Dance battle. Let's go. Now, Vishva. Apologies, Chandra. It seems Vishva is a tad too excited. No worries. Vishva, Guruji has told me all about the dance battle. If you can beat me, I'm sure you will win tomorrow. Be warned, I won't go easy on you. Bring it on. Oh, so the arena looks like it's like covered in paint splatter?
Yeah, exactly. So initially, like, we had a couple of different arenas that we were playing with. The one with the citizens, we wanted it to have like feel more happy, and more upbeat and more festive. So I remember, like, I think Sam was like messing around and making it look like the Holy Festival, like the Paint Festival, and we loved it so much that like that just became the permanent.
Oh, that's awesome. Yeah, I wouldn't have made the connection between it's the powder from the Holy Festival, which totally makes sense.
Yeah, because initially we wanted to do it to kind of reflect the mental state of the character, and Vishwa being like super happy-go-lucky person, I think it made perfect sense.
That's awesome.
He's already in the festival.
Yeah,
Before Ikim began.
He's gonna be always in the festival. when you don't see the paint, that's when you worry about him.
Right. We're inside the battle theater of your mind. All Rakshaks can transform their battles into their own stage. This is where you razzle and dazzle the hearts of many. It's beautiful! Now focus, Vishva. In order to win your dance battle, you must dazzle Chandra. Let's start by busting out one of your famous dance moves. Let's go! When you unleash your moves, you will need to time the attack for maximum impact. I think we just got another donation from Anth. Anth throwing in $50, threw us over the $6,000 mark. Folks, that's $6,030.69. Folks, please throw some love, throw some hearts in the chat. Yeah, incredible, y'all. Yeah, that's a lot of devs that are gonna get some really meaningful support. Thank you. Let's do this. Let's time our attack for maximum impact. Let's celebrate. Let's do some dazzling. Okay, I'll help you with the first one. Every move has a special timing event. Follow the on-screen prompts to time your inputs as best as possible. The better you do, the more powerful your move becomes. Alright, so let's do the Twirling Garba spin. I love their reactions. Like, it's like, instead of taking physical damage, they're just like stunned. They're dazzled.
Yeah. Can I give this like super sick shout out to Anne, who's worked on a lot of the UI for the game?
Oh, that's awesome.
And threw the goal to over 6K. Thank you.
Yeah. The best.
Oh, that's fantastic. Yo, shout out, because the UI is very good. But also, yeah, thank you for helping us break that 6K barrier. Fabulous moves. Now to win, you need to tire out Chandra by draining her stamina. The stamina bar is at the top of your screen. The left bar belongs to your team, and the right belongs to your enemy. But be careful. If you drain your stamina first, you will lose. You understand? I think so. Alright. Let's do this. Alright, so rock another Twirling Garba spin. Dazzling knockout. Chandra is too tired to continue. Oh. And this is, oh my gosh. Okay, I will say that I am now kind of a sucker for a good victory screen. Like, and I didn't realize how much Persona 5, like, changed my expectation of like, oh, I actually feel really good when there's a good victory screen. So like having the summary here, but also like the little victory dance, like top tier. That's so cool. All right, I won. Wow, Vishva, great dance moves. Maybe we should crown you as the best dancer of the Rakshaks. You're too kind, but I'm still a Rakshak in training. Maybe next time we have a dance-off, I'll challenge you for the title. That may be sooner than you think. Huh? Nothing. I said deal. Thank you, Chandra. We shall dismiss ourselves now to rest up. It's a big day tomorrow. Yeah. Thank you, Chandra. Now time to catch me some shut-eye. Remember, Vishva, we are to meet Ramli in the village tomorrow to buy the golden razzle-dazzle tickets for the tournament. Wake up on time. Like, yes, Guruji. Good night, everybody. Oh my gosh. I want a gif of dancing from the victory screen. Yeah, honestly. It's very good. The next morning. Vishva. Wake up, Vishva. I'm ready. Wait, what? We're late. We were supposed to meet Ramli a while ago. Oh no. Why didn't you wake me up earlier? There was this baby peacock I was helping and, again? It's okay. Maybe Ramli went ahead to get the tickets. Let's find her. To the village! Oh, gosh. That's gorgeous. Whoa! Well, I guess it's 5:45. I guess it's about that time. We're probably about need to be wrapping up. This might be a good place to call it with the gorgeous overview. Yeah. Thank you, folks. This was super cool.
Thank you for having us. And I did say that if you didn't get to the end, I'll mention what I like about it. At the end of the demo, there's this demon that works very hard to kidnap other citizens, and they kind of ride away in this chariot. Sorry, I kind of gave away the ending there. Those demons are very hardworking. We call them the demon grunts, and I feel like it kind of resembles all of us in a small way. We do our best to do the job, even though they're doing
kidnapping people. Totally
yeah.
normal.
Well, folks then definitely have something to look forward to when they play the demo themselves, because it is available on Steam. If I could get a mod to post the link. Of course, all of the links are in the description as well. But yeah, do you folks want to go ahead and give everybody the opportunity to figure out, where can they find you? Shout out your socials, that kind of thing.
Yeah, we're on X, we're on Blue Sky, and we're on Instagram. But we are most active on Blue Sky, so you can find us there.
Cool.
Just a quick thing on the demo, because the demo was like a limited release until the 31st December, so it has been taken down from Steam.
Okay.
Most are only accepting beta testers and such, so please reach out to us or any one of the socials. We can definitely pass off Steam keys for your feedback.
Cool. Okay. Well, that's fantastic opportunity for folks who are part of the Game Devs of Color community and want to provide some of that extra feedback. Sally, Parth, thank you both for coming in and helping us bring this home, and of course, thank you to everybody who helped us cross that 6K barrier. That's amazing. I hope you two have a fantastic rest of your evening. Thank you for helping us kick off 2025 right.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah.
All right.
Take care, everybody.
Yeah.
Take care.
All right, folks. Well, I think we're going to go ahead and wrap it up here. Gracious. What a stream. What a day it has been. We have raised over $6,000 for our developer hardship fund, thanks to wonderful viewers like you. And of course, there's still plenty of time to get in those donations. We are at our stretch goal. We're looking at that stretch goal of 7,500. And of course, you can help us get there. Thank you to everybody who not only made their donations today, but stuck around in the chat and asked questions, contributed great comments. Shout out to all of our moderators, to Alexia and Kat and the rest of the Game Devs of Color Expo team. Yeah, what an incredible way to start this off. And somebody has said, we're not done yet. SA Games came in with that $25 donation. Thank you so much for keeping it going. We're at $6,555.69. I also do want to say thank you again to all of the devs who were part of the stream today. You can find information on all of their socials and whatnot by checking the video description, which was set up by, again, our wonderful Game Devs of Color Expo team. A big shout out to Sherveen, who started us off with an exploration of Midautumn, who also, again, was one of the folks who was, the main person who got us started putting this Hardship fundraiser together in the first place. Sherveen and Alexia really took on this idea and helped us put it together so that we can hopefully assist some devs in need. Krystel and Sean from Munity Games came in and helped us understand some of the work that they were putting into Shootlanzer, the side-scrolling action game, where we also got some good practical advice about, just get started, make the game. It's not as math as you think. There's a lot of logic involved, and it's, start with something small, control your scope, being able to make something that you care about. That's the goal, Also a shout out to Mac, who took us through a little bit of Clock Out at 2, the horror visual novel that was full of microaggressions and nonsense. But some really cool discussion about the ways that we're seeing shifts in the game industry and the impacts of layoffs and issues in mental health, not just in some of the spaces that we might more directly recognize here in the States, but, abroad as well. Then, of course, our chat with Miko from Pretty Smart Games, Miko Charbonneau running the Spirit Lift, getting to hear about the ways that when you have that decade of experience under your belt, even as an indie developer, you have that opportunity to provide some of the safety, the security, the infrastructure, the healing and support that so many of us are looking for in many of these companies that have let us down time and again. We can build that resilience and that understanding with each other. And it was really great to be able to share some conversation there. I'm sorry that we didn't have more time to explore the Spirit Lift. Unfortunately, those technical difficulties started to kick in. I think maybe the PC's getting a little hot, needs to cool down a little bit. And of course, last but not least, Parth and Sally coming in to share Aikyam, which just feels like it is full of so much joy and life, and is a great representation of the ways that we can channel those personal experiences in ways that resonate with others, even if we're maybe told or suggested that especially our cultural experiences don't matter, that they are less relevant, less important, that we should file off the edges, that we should make them more palatable, more easily consumable. What I think brings all of the games that we've seen today together, and what brings all of the games from Game Devs of Color Expo together as a whole, is that their passion. You see the love and the lived experience that goes into, whether it's making a game that has that serious honed edge like Clock Out at 2, or is something that is lighter and vibrant like Aikyam, or something that does feel like a little retro and familiar like Shootlanzer, something that is putting I'm trying to ghost punk analog, coming up with those new precise terms like the Spirit Lift, or saying like, hey, what happens if we took a little bit of the Hades energy but also like funneled in some of the lived experience and personal ethical struggle of like, I gotta pay rent, but I also gotta do this thing that's important, like seeing that manifest in Midautumn. Like I have a lot of pride and a lot of appreciation that comes from seeing the work that is created by the people in this community and the community that they build with each other. I think this is a really fantastic way to start off 2025, and it gives some important energy for us to try and carry into the coming weeks and months and years. I think that there are going to be a lot of ways that people will tell us that this kind of community is not important, that they will take shots at our ability to tell our stories, to do our work, to build our communities. And in those dark moments, we will have to look for the light that we make ourselves. It's that saying time and again, who got us? We got us. And so I'm really, really thankful for all of the ways that you folks have made Game Devs of Color Expo the team and the organization that it is and that it has been and that it will be in all the time to come. So yeah, one more just round of hearts and applause for all of you folks, especially here in the chat watching live, and a big shout out to Alexia in particular. Done some amazing organizing work and stuck around here moderating the chat, making this happen. Folks, please show some love to Alexia. Yeah, I think that does it. I think we're spent. And by we, I might mean I. Because that was a decent amount of time. That was a lot of games, friends. Yeah, is there anything I'm forgetting? Is there something I'm forgetting, y'all? Please let me know. I'm Josh. I am the curatorial lead for Game Devs of Color Expo. If you want to find my work, you can find me here on YouTube. You can search for Intelligame, INTELLIGAME. You can also find me over on Twitch, the same. And I'm also over on Blue Sky at wallstormer.bsky.social. Yeah, all of those things. But it's really wonderful to see all you folks here. Thank you for the support. Thank you for making this what it is. And maybe there'll be, more streams and more events to come. But definitely just one last plug. Scan the little QR code in the corner over here. If you haven't made your donation, you still can. Please make sure you're liking and subscribing here on YouTube so that you can stay informed when more Game Devs of Color Expo content is showing up. Smash the bell so that you actually get the notifications, because as we talked about earlier, don't trust an algorithm to do the thing for you. Just get the information. You can also head over to GameDevsOfColor. I believe GDOCExpo.com You can head over there. You can subscribe to the newsletter, which is the best way to make sure you stay informed when things happen, like when we open our applications. If you want to apply for a grant from the dev fund that we're putting together here, if you want to stay up to date on when applications for our next Game Devs of Color Expo open up, the best way to keep in touch with all of that is the newsletter. So yeah, do the things, but thank you. Yeah, gamedevsofcolorexpo.com. But yeah, all else, take care of yourselves, folks. Take care of each other. As we say over in the IntelliGame stream, keep your eyes up and keep your hearts open. And yeah, here's to being able to make really powerful, really important, really fun, inspiring, wonderful, honest, art. Here's to making the games and the experiences and the friends and the communities that we want to make in the years to come. We'll catch you next time, everybody. I don't think there is an ending screen. This is the problem. I always have a problem where I go to, hey, I'm ending the stream, and then the thing that I bring up is the thing that says stream starting soon. And guess what? The stream is not starting soon. And I don't want to put that up and give the impression that it is. And we specifically, a big shout out to Katiti, who made some amazing art for all of the streams and made one that said stream ending soon. And so I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to use that right now. Just like that. There we go. Stream ending soon. We're going home. Have a good night, everybody.